concerning access on demand tonight. I would hope that there is a period of time for staff to receive feedback from our community whether the recommended changes keeps AOD viable or not. One of the overarching questions I have tonight concerns perceived savings. For example, if there is an assumption that the rides are going to be reduced from 70 to 40, and the rider backfills those missing trips with Access-a-Ride. I'm at a baffle right now trying to figure out how someone who is currently using trips at $20 a shot will be saving money if they use Access-a-Ride at $60 to $80 a trip. So if staff could clarify that savings scenario in their presentation tonight, I think our community would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Tim Keenan.
Mr. Keenan, you're free to speak. You may proceed.
Hi, everybody. Well, first of all, I just want to thank everyone for their service on this committee and on the RTD board. You're doing a lot for all the citizens of Denver, disabled and otherwise. And actually, former Director Lewis actually hit on my first bullet point here, which was to exactly what he said. So I guess I won't repeat it. And a part of what I was going to say was what exactly is sustainability when we think about access on demand and paratransit services. According to APTA, about most agencies spend about 10% of their budget on paratransit services. So I wonder where we are in that spectrum, and how the quote unquote sustainability of access on demand would enter into this. Are we, when this, I understand that the drastic increase in the monthly expenses, triggered, hey, what are we doing? But really, given paratransit and how many paratransit riders there are, is this really, something that we need to, I understand we need to make it more sustainable, but what does that entail? The real meat of the well, there are several, but one of the service area, I know several people who live out, like their house used to be, their domicile used to be on or near enough to an RTD route to enable them to use Access-a-Ride, but that route has since stopped, and their only transportation option is access on demand. Limiting the radius would leave these people in a no man's land, really, with no options other than to use unsubsidized rideshare, which a lot of people can't afford. As far as the number of trips, it's great that they increased it from 30 to 40, but that means somebody who needs access on demand to get back and forth to work every day, and if they work full time, they will have 0 trips to do anything else. And I just think that's unacceptable. I think.
Okay.
That's it. No. Okay. Thank you.
Jack, do we have another speaker?
Yes, at this time we have Joe Beaver.
Okay. All right, Mr. Beaver, if you would please state your name and then you may proceed. You have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Beaver?
I see. I'm unmuted now. My name is Joe Beaver. I serve on RTD's ACPD Advisory Committee with Gabe Christie, and I'm a 25-year activist with Colorado Cross Disability Coalition. So thank you for letting me be here. I want to tell you about Wade Blank, some of the things that he did. Wade Blank marched with Martin Luther King in Selma, Alabama. He was Presbyterian minister at Kent State University whenever National Guard shot down 4 student protesters. He moved to Denver and got a job as activities director for the, quote, youth wing at Heritage Nursing Home on Federal Boulevard. They were focusing on young residents, so they hired Wade Blank because he was fairly young, only 30 years old, and had long blonde hair. So he moved in, and there was no more Hallmark TV, only rock and roll and pizza. It rocked like college dormitory. Wade took them out to places that they enjoyed. They went to concerts. He actually took them to a Grateful Dead concert at Red Rocks. Of course, the nursing home didn't like that for some reason. But what they really didn't like is whenever he took them to the Capitol, and they told him, they told of the hard living conditions that they were living in. So Wade got fired for that. So his reaction to that was to start the second independent living center in the entire nation. He got those young people out of the nursing home and got them into their own apartments. Even though they had their own apartments, they were in wheelchairs and they could not move around the city because the buses were not accessible. Have you heard of the Gang of 19? Denver became the first metropolitan city to have a fully accessible bus system in the entire nation. Something for us to be very proud of. The city of Denver is building a monument at Civic Center Park in honor of the Gang of 19, and it's scheduled to be completed next summer. RTD should be the first to honor Wade Blank by renaming the Civic Center station to the Wade Blank Memorial Station at Civic Center. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it as well. Mr. Kroll?
Next, we have Nate Trela.
Okay. Nate Trela, if you'd state your name and then proceed. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, directors, for the chance to speak today. I do appreciate the thoughtfulness that everybody is trying to give the issue of how to make sure access on demand remains sustainable while also remaining valuable. Former Director Lewis and Tim Keenan kind of hit a couple of the main points there about sustainability of the program, but still maintaining utility. I would want to echo one sentiment there about the whole backfilling question, because if the assumption in terms of these savings is that these trips won't be backfilled by taking traditional access-a-ride, it's literally saying that what the goal is to do a worse job of moving people around and making connections. When you're literally counting on savings by people simply not going where they need to go and using RTD services, that is literally what is happening there. And I think it's important to recognize with the values of the mission of the system is that can't be something that should be forgotten about. Because those are people taking trips to go to work. Those trips will be backfilled, and as Director Lewis pointed out, you've turned a $20 trip into an $80 trip for the district. One thing that's never been clear is what amount is RTD looking to save in this process. The figures have kind of bounced around, but it's never been a clearly stated goal of how much needs to be saved. I think that's a simple item that needs to be clear, so you all have I can really assess what the options are. I'm really hoping that the board is going to, again, try to be deliberate and not try to rush us through to get it in with the May service changes, which looks like could still be possible with so many new members of the board. I know there are many organizations like the National Federation of the Blind that would appreciate the opportunity to have a discussion and talk a little bit about what the service has meant to so many people. The last with the service area changes that in hours that could possibly come with the proposed changes to access on demand. It's just important to realize that that could add an entire new burden to either staff or to the riders to manage to make sure that they're using it at the right time, within the right distances and things like that. It's not clear how that would be implemented, and if that just becomes unmanageable when you've already got some people struggling to keep track of their rides across multiple platforms and they have to be able to access the schedule at the same time, it just continues to degrade the level of service to the point where it becomes unusable for some of your passengers. So just please keep that in mind as you're considering future changes. I'm sure you'll be hearing from more of us as the months go on here, heading up to the changes. Thank you for the time.
Mr. Kroll, do we have any more speakers?
Yes, there are several more. Curtis Chong is next.
Okay, Speaker Chong, if you would state your name and then you may proceed. You have 3 minutes. Speaker Chong?
Mr. Chong, if you're attempting to speak, you are still on mute. Perhaps Chair Harwick, we could move to Richard Bamber and return to Mr. Chong in a moment once he's had an opportunity to sort out his audio issues.
Sure. Speaker Bamber, if you would please state your name, then proceed. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's Richard Bamber, Greater Denver Transit. A couple of quick points about a welcome discussion with service planning standards. There are a number of performance standards in the document: passengers per hour, passenger per trip, subsidy per passenger. We never see this data. RTD never publishes it. There's never a report. Getting ridership out of data beyond that's put in board briefing documents is quite difficult. We're giving it per stop, per trip. We have to do all the math ourselves with gigabytes of data is currently our situation. So we long for actually a report where every single bus route is actually published with annual ridership and those sort of metrics. Secondly, transfer policy. There is no transfer policy in the service planning standards. Each route is only ever considered in a silo, in isolation with those data. Okay, these standards badly need a transfer policy for each route where we decide what are the routes that feed passengers and what are the routes that passengers are being fed to. This is a common theme, schedules in advance. We need to sort this out. Time after time after time, public comment that is limited in its meaningfulness because we don't have an idea exactly what the agency's planning. And I'm going to pose a question to the directors here tonight. Is the Transit Information Exchange System fit for purpose for the agency's needs in the year 2025? And I just pose that question. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Mr. Chong, are you able to provide your comment now? Are you able to unmute? If not, it seems like we're still having issues there. We'll move next to Derek Selbo.
Speaker Selbo, please state your name and then you may proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name's Derek Selbo. I have a couple of questions. I am totally blind and I've been using paratransit for many years. And I can honestly say, how can the directors make a decision if they have not ridden the regular bus service from RTD for the Access-a-Ride, not Access on Demand, but Access-a-Ride? And secondly, if they have not been, I'll use a simple way of explaining it, been blindfolded to understand how access on demand can drop you exactly where you need to be and pick you up exactly where you need to be picked up, because you have no idea what is around you. How can they make a decision? So I would request that all of the directors, before making any decisions, be put in both of those positions where A, for a week, they have to use the regular bus so that they can truly understand what it's all about, not their motor vehicles. And secondly, they should also then have to be blindfolded for at least a few hours and taken on a bus and told to make their way around, obviously with supervision, make their way around to wherever they need to go. Let's see how well this works. So, directors, while I respect all of you, I would say you cannot make a decision until you understand what you're making a decision about. Put yourself in somebody else's shoes so you understand what you're making a decision about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kroll?
The final speaker we have with their hand raised is Mr. Chong, and it does look like he was able to come off mute now.
Okay. Speaker
Oh.
Chung?
He was off mute and then he went right back on.
Speaker Chung?
I know we've had Mr. Chong provide public comment over Zoom in previous meetings. We can always invite Mr. Chong to submit his comments via writing. But at this time, there are no further speakers in the queue, and it appears that the technical difficulties continue to persist. Oh, we do have one more in the queue that just popped in, Joe Elizabeth Pinto.
Okay. Speaker Elizabeth Pinto, if you would, please state your name and then you may proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Ms. Pinto, we do see that you have been unmuted, but again, we're not able to hear anything that you might be trying to offer at this time. Chair Harwick, again, we might invite Ms. Pinto to provide a comment via email, which we would distribute promptly to the board and include in the transcript of this meeting. And during this time, we've also seen Cody Bear raise their hand and desire to provide public comment.
All right, Speaker Bear, please state your name and then you may proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, RTD Operations and Safety Committee. My name is Cody Bear, and I'm a blind user of Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand. But while I agree with the comments of my friends and colleagues, Mr. Keenan and Mr. Trila, and full-heartedly support those comments, I also wanted to point out a couple of other issues with the proposed changes that I hope the committee will consider. And the first of those, which Mr. Trila previously alluded to, is the 3/4 of a mile boundary for usage of access on demand. While I wholeheartedly hope that this policy would not be instituted, in the worst case scenario that the board decides to move forward with this and institute the policy, I hope they will spend some time considering how to administratively handle this. It would be an undue burden for riders to have to figure out every time they want to go somewhere, whether it's 3/4 of a mile from a RTD bus stop or whether that bus is running at that time. Imagine every time you hop in your car having to try and figure that out. It would be extremely difficult. And as such, if RTD is to pursue this plan of action. I hope that they will bear the burden for proving that out, and that with that, I think, it's also possible that by the time they, spend on trying to prove that, the administrative costs could be significantly greater than the savings. The second point at which I want to talk to is the 3 months wait period for new Access or RIDE users to use Access on Demand. For many of us, we have jobs that don't give us a set schedule every day, as in we have to, stay at the office until a particular project is done, making it untenable to schedule an Access or RIDE a few days out for that day. And as such, it would be difficult for new people to coming onto the system to be able to use the service to its capability. And what would be the standards for determining whether somebody ultimately gets approved for Access on Demand or not after the 3 months? These are questions that I hope will be considered tonight, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Bear.
Chair Harwick, I see one additional hand raised, and that is Cindy Vaughn.
Okay, Speaker Vaughn, if you would state your name, then you may proceed. You'll have 3 minutes.
This is Cindy Vaughn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Okay, so I wanted to speak to the issue of the Access on Demand, specifically about the proposal to limit the service area of the Access on Demand to particularly the same dates and times of the matching fixed route that's within 3/4 of a mile of a particular area where the person is either being picked up or being dropped off. And I have some really grave concerns about that. I mean, first of all, I've spoken to several folks, who have been working on this planning piece, and it is my understanding that the proposal is not to exactly match the accessorides, if you will, the matching route system where a person must be within 3/4 of a mile for either the pickup or drop off with the same service times as the matching fixed route, but rather some semblance of a kind of a summary of a fixed route system. And in other words, it would be too expensive to have Uber and Lyft actually match the service system every 4 months, and to change that and exactly match, if the Zero is doing one thing and maybe its service is more limited on Sundays, and if the 66, has more limitations on holidays, or it cuts off at 6 o'clock, since that's not possible, that there would be sort of a more globalized system of generalized limitations for holidays, for weekends, and so forth. And first of all, I have a real concern about that, because that is not matching the service delivery. And the second piece is that there are many people, as this has already been said, there are many people who will lose the only option they have for accessible rides within the area. They're not able to use the fixed route system. They're not able to because of their disability, and they do not qualify because they cannot access a ride because they're not within 3/4 of a mile. So the system is not going to be fair for folks who are within the fixed route system, because it won't exactly match. And if they're outside of that fixed route system, this may take away the only option that they have. They cannot afford to get a different job or find housing, which is very expensive. So I think you really need to consider this carefully when you think about that limitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Vaughn.
Next, we have Earl Lee.
Okay. Speaker Lee, please state your name, and then you may proceed. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Earl Lee. I am the ACPD chair, and this is an issue I really haven't weighed in on too much. But as I listen to all of this, I think we're a little premature in taking a vote on an action on this whole thing. I believe that there are a lot of unanswered questions that need to be resolved. I do believe that the access on demand is a complementary service to the Access-a-Ride needs to be looked at a little bit differently. I think it was originally designed to support some of the inefficiencies, if you will, of access on demand. And I'm not sure that those inefficiencies have been addressed yet. And I think that the TNCs are not necessarily fulfilling some of their uh, duties, especially with regards to way vehicles. So I would encourage the board to shelf a vote at this point in time, and let's have some other serious discussions and see if we can't put a mix together to get rid of some of the inefficiencies and blend all of these access on demand, Access-a-Ride, and the TNCs to make a more cohesive blended unit that will service people with disabilities, because we truly need and depend on RTD services for us to get around. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Speaker Lee.
Chair Harwick, there are no further speakers in the queue at this time.
Okay, Mr. Kroll, were there any emailed comments received for today's meeting?
Yes, you all received one email comment from former Director Lewis, and it contains some questions regarding the proposed paratransit modifications that will be discussed later this evening. That letter has been forwarded to staff, and they will compile responses to anything that isn't addressed in the presentation this evening.
Okay, thank you. Also, just to clarify for everyone that's still on here, for the May 2025 service changes, there will not be any modifications to paratransit. Just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that, and just to let you all know. All right, and with no other participants in the queue, we will close the public comment period at this time. And looking at external entities, there are no external entities, any entity reports this evening. And committee chair update. When reviewing your packet this week, many of you noticed a new section of our meeting has been added. I intend to use this time on the agenda to draw your attention to key work we will be doing as a committee and to set and remind us all of guidelines with respect to how our meetings flow. We have an ambitious work plan in place, which will require our collective focus preparing for and during our meeting. Our 2025 committee meetings. Given that, I am going to hand this over to Chair Rusha.
Thank you, Chair Harwick. So I did send out a notification last week regarding upcoming items on our agenda and some changes in the work plan. If you haven't read it, please do take a look. Information from external entities is now going to be a permanent placeholder for our agenda. I did ask the board office if any external entities had a written report they'd like to submit. We did not receive any for this month. Hopefully that changes moving forward. However, we will have a joint meeting with our external entity partners later on in the year, as you can see on the updated work calendar that was emailed. Additionally, for our meetings, we have tried to stack questions where first stack speakers. So first questions first on the topic, then comments. I think we've had mixed results the last few times we've tried. So tonight we are just going to give everyone 45 seconds. The standard rule is that, guideline is that you get 2 passes before you yield to your colleagues. We can be more flexible and give more because we are going to have that 45-second guideline. I'm just asking everyone to keep in mind the clock, the time. I know our packet is like some 400 pages this month, but we are expected to kind of do our homework in advance when possible. So thank you for your understanding and for testing that out with us. We are going to have a live timer embedded in Zoom at some point. It is a functionality that is available. I've spoken to the board office several times over the last 3 months in hopes that we could have gotten that kicked off today, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, that wasn't an option. So we will be keeping time. It just won't be on your screen, and you'll get a courtesy heads up when you've got about 5 seconds left to go. And so with that, that concludes my chair report, and I or co-chair Harwick will only be giving these if there are administrative matters for the good of the order, not just for the sake of talking. Not every month we'll have one. Thank you. Back to you, Director Harwick.
Thank you. All right, for recommended actions, tonight there are 3 recommended actions on the agenda for this evening. The first item is the service planning standards and service performance reporting for the board of directors to provide policy guidance regarding the development and periodic revision of service standards and service performance reporting. Do we have a motion?
Co-chair Harwick, just quick point of information. I was having a little trouble making out what co-chair Rusha was saying. Can you just give me a quick 30-second summary of like what the deal is with how we're gonna, it sounded 45 seconds. I caught some of that, but I think, they were right about the audio in the room perhaps. So maybe you can summarize how this is gonna work, and if maybe Chair Bouquet can chime in to clarify on some of the other, just how it's worked. So I just had some trouble understanding it first time.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go for it.
Thank you. Simply put, Director Nicholson, everyone will have 45 seconds for this meeting for either questions or comments, because we have noted that sometimes our discussions are going long and stacking questions versus comments had mixed results. So we are trying to create ways so that everyone can get their voice in, things heard. We are respecting staff time, and we're moving at a reasonable time. So the clock will just start when you begin, if you have a comment or question, and we'll give you a 5-second heads up before your 45 seconds are up, and we'll ask you to wrap it up. And that's for everybody. That's not directed at you, Director Nicholson, but does that answer your question? We're not going to limit you to just 2 passes. We are, or any person. We are going to have a 45-second clock running. Is that, I can't see you from the screen, so not hearing anything else, I'm assuming.
Director Bouquet has his hand raised.
Chair Bouquet.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair. Again, it is up to discretion of the committee chair with this, but I would recommend best practices when it comes down to it with a running clock. If back and forth happens between a committee member and there's running conversation, I would encourage that to go past 45 seconds. Again, it's the discretion of the committee members as well. If these questions or conversations are going back for 45 seconds or going more than 45 seconds. But I might be misunderstanding a little bit, so.
Thank you, Chair Bouquet. And I also appreciate that you respect the autonomy of the committees. I did do a cursory review of time and analysis of how long people are speaking. And 45 seconds is what we came up with. These things are always subject to change. But I will note that last month's meeting did run 1 hour and 13 minutes past its expected time. So you're correct, it is at the chair's discretion, and hopefully we've demonstrated that we give space and time for everyone who wants to participate. But with that, I think I've taken the gavel from Chair Harwick, who's to be running this meeting. So I'm going to pass it back to him and let him continue.
Committee Chair Harwick, could I be recognized?
Yeah,
for a
please.
follow-up? Okay, I'll just make it real quick. So just in regards to, you said we decided 45 seconds. I'm assuming that's Director Harwick and yourself, Director Rusha.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you're asking to speak to me or Chair Harwick.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you for recognizing me.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. The first item is for the Board of Directors to provide policy guidance regarding the development and periodic revision of service standards and service performance reporting.
Point of order, Director Harwick. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I do see Director Chandler's hand is up.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. Thank you for telling me. Director Chandler?
Thank you to both Chair Rusha and Chair Harwick. I just have a question. With the open meeting rules that we have, the only time we really get to discuss all of this is in a committee meeting. So I would highly recommend that we have a little bit more time than 45 seconds. I think it's only fair to our constituents and to the spirit of the open meeting law that we have robust discussion. So I would just caution that limiting discussion amongst us at these open meetings is probably not paramount, is kind of limiting what our constituents can hear as well. So it's just my personal comment.
Is anybody else?
I have my hand raised. This is Secretary Nicholson.
Secretary, please speak.
Thank you. I would just add that the issues that are up right now are some of the most important and most contentious things that we talk about. Service changes are a big deal to the average rider, and we talk about them a ton. You know, this is a big deal. This is one of the bigger things we do. And AOD has been a back and forth discussion for a year. This is a massively important change. Let's not rush through it. Let's not do these in 5 seconds and 45-second snippets and then go tell the disability community that we made a thoughtful decision, you know, by having quick, you know, discussions that didn't do justice to the importance of what we're about to decide. That would be my suggestion.
So sorry, Director Harwick, just final point on this as we take a discussion when it comes down to it. Am I recognized? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. So the committee does have the right, so OSS, the committee does have the right to make a motion to extend time on the discussion. Just wanted to set that up. So at any point, if the committee felt that they needed to discuss more than 45 seconds. So just wanted to point that out there. Thank you.
Chair Harwick, if I may.
Chair Rusha, you're free to speak.
Thank you, sir. We have now spent several minutes talking about 45 seconds. Again, it's been noted that most people do not take 45 seconds. 36 seconds was the average. We've also tried other ways to keep things moving along while also making sure that everyone is recognized and able to speak. I don't think I have ever cut anyone off in a meeting. I don't think Chair Harwick will do the same. We are simply asking our colleagues to respect time so that more folks can get in more discussion without this turning into debate teams. So we would just appreciate everyone giving this a test run. Thank you. If we could move on, it's up to Chair Harwick. This co-chair would appreciate it.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything else to say?
Busick.
Director Busick, you're free to speak.
Thank you. As I've stated before, I'm a fan of precision and brevity. Let's try the 45-second rule. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, for the third time, for the Board of Directors to provide policy guidance regarding the development and periodic revision of service standards and service performance reporting. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second, Rusha.
Okay, we've got Nicholson and Rusha. Second. Okay. This is a 3-director action item brought forward by myself, Chair Rusha, and Director Pagliari. At this time, I would ask these directors who have any question, and those directors who have any questions or wish to speak, to raise your virtual hands, and I will call on you in turn for directors or staff calling into the meeting. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand.
Director Rusha has her hand raised.
Okay, Director Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. We also have a brief presentation in the board packet. If it's at your discretion, but it might be useful just to pull that up, just the PowerPoint. Although staff has control of that, but I'll leave that up to you. If not, and there are no questions and we're ready to roll, we don't need to deck people to death for the sake of having a PowerPoint.
Okay, Director Rusha, it's up if you would like to, if you feel inclined to speak, if no one, unless no one has any questions and they just want to vote.
I've raised my.
Okay, sorry, I can't see Director Nicholson.
Jack,
You're free to
is
speak.
someone going to watch the screens? I'd like to call the question.
Question's been called.
That requires a second. And a 2/3 vote of the committee.
Am I allowed to say anything when I call the question or no?
No.
Point of order.
No discussion.
Okay.
Nice. I second that.
Okay, so I've heard Director Pagliari has seconded. So now, Chair Harwick, you would need to take an immediate vote. There's no discussion on this. 2/3 of the folks in attendance would need to vote to preclude debate or conclude debate on this, and then move immediately to a vote on the recommended action.
Okay. Can we just take the vote?
So you
Could
could
take
just
2
take the
votes?
vote, but there
Just
does
take the
seem to
vote?
be a few hands raised on this topic. I'm
Okay.
not sure. So at this point, you have a proper motion on the table. It's been seconded, and you could do a
Okay.
roll call vote to see who supports effectively concluding debate on this item.
Okay, then let's take a vote on calling the question.
If it would be helpful to you, I can read the names of the committee members and they can indicate their votes.
I can do it. All right, we've got Director Busick,
I've got a question for staff, so no.
Director Chandler.
No.
I'm a no. Director Nicholson.
I think this is going to pass in 10 minutes, so yes.
Okay. Director Pagliari.
I echo yes.
Okay. Director Whitmore.
No.
Okay. Director Rusha. Chair
No,
Rusha.
also for accessibility reasons.
Okay, so that motion would have failed. So now you just return to discussion on the item, and I believe Director Rusha, Director Busick, and Director Chandler have their hands raised in that order.
Okay. Chair Rusha, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Just to clarify, I am presenting this item, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I have in my queue. I did not have questions on my action item. Give me one moment, please, so I can switch screens and away from, actually, if staff could just put that item back on the screen, that would be most helpful and most accessible.
Okay, I believe I am sharing my screen and the presentation is up, Director Rusha. Please indicate when you are ready for me to move to the next slide.
Thank you, sir. So I will be presenting on our service standards and service reporting, performance reporting policy update. This was brought by myself and Directors Harwick and Pagliari. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Very briefly, just an overview. What are service standards? Service standards define expectations. They define performance measured through metrics. We cannot have standards without a metric. They are valuable for measuring performance across various routes and lines, times, geographic areas, etc. Service standards ensure service planning decisions are transparent, both to the board and to the public. They help ensure clear communication to the public and improve public trust and equitable policymaking. Next slide, please. The policy objectives for this service standards revision action item before you are as follows. First, to create clear policy guidance for updating service planning standards and performance reporting metrics. The second is to ensure alignment with our strategic plan and also recognize that we have evolving regional transit needs. Third, and this has come up across almost every committee multiple times, almost every month for the last couple of years, is just to resume the regular reporting cadence that does align with historical practice, and it promotes data-driven decision-making. Some of those comments we heard in public comment today. Next slide, please. Financial and operational impacts. We're now on packet page 10. This was put in here specifically for Director Busick, who might have asked if there was a fiscal note. There is a 5-month period for staff to garner performance data and refine reporting, which is why this does not go into effect until July if passed. It links service standards and data-driven service performance decision-making, and it avoids disrupting the COA efforts that are commencing in Q3 of this year, keeping the focus on operational analysis. So there are no other expected financial impacts. It would be rolled into our day-to-day operations. Next slide, please. Risks of inaction. Our existing planning standards emphasize route cuts over long-term network sustainability. The lack of transparency of how we're making our decisions does contribute to the erosion of public confidence, and it frustrates stakeholders and government entities, which we have heard in meetings and public comment as well as letters. Currently, it's misaligned with board-approved onboarding and continuing education policy, specifically regarding training on key transit industry matters. Next slide, please. Next slide. And so if approved today, these are our next steps in July of 2025, and I should say approved also at our next regular board meeting at the end of the month. In July of 2025, staff will deliver a report to OSS outlining the 2016 standards and any changes since. I will note it is part of current board policy. We revise the standards every 2 years, with the exception of temporary revisions during the height of the COVID era. We have not consistently done so. We will also get current service performance data, which is those reports that have been discussed and requested by some directors as well as the accountability committee over the last couple of years. Those reports may or may not have been part of formal board policy, but they were certainly part of RTD just historical procedure for several years, if not decades. And then Also, the OSS and the board will ratify and reaffirm current service standards incorporating administrative and ministerial changes since prior adoption in 2016. I will also note this action item does not prohibit staff from bringing more changes, say, next year, as opposed to sticking to the 3 years. The action item is no less than 3 years. So for example, if staff came back to us in July and said, here are the improvements we've made, this is the updates to our decision-making metrics or model, and these are the things we're working on, it's possible we'll also receive another update next year, closer to when the COA is ready for a public vote. Next slide. I went ahead of myself. So again, July 2026 and at least triennially after, the board will review and approve the COA and service standards related to the COA. And then at least annually, no later than July of each year, just so we're keeping with a seasonal sync, if you would, route line service level performance data will be presented to OSS, and that data will be published on the RTD website. So if you guys remember the reports that we had, say back in 2018, 2019, they'll look similar to that. I'm sure staff date will update and enhance the format, giving us some additional data, but the baseline data will be there again, down to the route. Next slide. And that is all. I will yield for questions.
Great. Yeah, go ahead.
Scroll, are there any questions? I can't.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. So Director Nicholson has his hand raised, and then I'll also remind you that previously Director
Yes, Director
Busick and
Whitmore
Director
of Busick.
Chandler also had their hands raised.
Okay, so we'll go Busick, Chandler, Nicholson. Director Busick, you're free to go. Free to speak.
Looks like he's lowered his hand, so I'm not sure if he has a question anymore. So the only director with a hand still left is Director Nicholson.
Okay, Director Nicholson.
Yeah, so just clarifying that all this does as of right now is direct staff to provide a report in July of 2025. That's all we're voting to do at this moment. Is that correct?
Director Ruja?
Director Rusha, if you are trying to respond to that question, you are muted.
Thank you, sir. So Director Nicholson, I believe your question was, you're asking this action item only requires a report. Is that what I heard?
Right. If we vote, yeah, the only thing we're voting yes on right now is providing the report. So we're not doing anything else. We're just saying, please, staff, do this report and we'll come back to it in July.
So the report is part of the action item and is also in the board packet, board memo as well. So it does have a couple of parts in addition to getting the report on our service standards planning metrics, the report that we often reference in other committees. Staff will also update us as to what changes they've made to service planning standards in July, and the board will have to vote to approve, reaffirm, or make any changes to that, because that is actually our current board policy. Additionally, as noted triennially, the agency will continue to make those route performance reports every year, and then we will return to our old policy, which is approving any service planning standard changes moving forward. Does that answer your question, sir?
I have one follow-up question for GMCO Johnson related to that.
Feel free.
Thank you. GMCO Johnson, can you address just a little bit from your end, how does this change your process from what it would have been if this item doesn't pass? And is this going to be a burden on the agency, or do you feel pretty good that we can do what's asked in this agenda item comfortably?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Director Nicholson, for the question posed. Just by way of context, I did have the opportunity to have a meeting with co-chairs Rusha and Harwick, and with team members as well, and talked about this going forward, recognizing there was a desire to bring it forward in July. What I qualified for them is that we were in the process of working on this. And so for all intents and purposes, what we're going to do for the 2016 report is updated, but it's not where it should be in reference to standards that would customarily be leveraged for service development plans. And more importantly, with the comprehensive operational analysis, it's very imperative that we do one in the fashion of which is traditional in the industry, because that will help inform the key standards that we need to leverage. While there was a desire to bring this forward, I was amenable to sharing that, yes, we can do this for now, recognizing that this isn't what I would stand behind and rally for, but it is an incremental step. More so, what I will share is that when we do leverage the COA, quite naturally, we're going out and have to do a solicitation. And so while it says July of 2026, that date could change very easily. There's a lot of unknown variables because we have to do a solicitation. We're starting that preparation work in the fall, but I'm just saying there is a potential it may not be July 2026. So I just wanted to get that on record. But as we go forward, we're just taking what we have, updating it with some caveats as we move forward. Want to work in partnership.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Director Kroll, are there any more hands? Oh, I see. Director Chandler, you're free to speak.
Thank you, Director Harwick. My question has to deal with, so not only are we voting then to push this forward, this comprehensive plan, but it also is going to set up that standard for the triennial reporting. Is that correct as well? So I think there's really a couple of things we're voting for, is the actual process and the update, but also that standardization of over time. Is that correct?
Director Rusha.
Oh, sorry, sir. Yeah, I would concur that would be accurate.
And Chair Harwick, GM CEO Johnson has some further comments.
Thank you very much, committee chairs. If I may, just to add additional context, when this body did receive the system optimization plan, that is the branded comprehensive operational analysis, there was a commitment made that we would be bringing things back on a triennial basis. So that has already been more or less acted on by this body. So I just wanted to share that that's why we are working in earnest to report out on where we are with the system optimization plan, because those are the foundational pieces that we would like to leverage to inform our scope of work as we plan for the next version of a more in-depth comprehensive operational analysis. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I just want to make sure, Director Chandler, does that answer your question?
Indeed, it does. I just really think that's important that we know that we're not only setting up the collection of all of this data, but what we're going to do with the data, right? That we're actually going to have some action or at least some review of that data. That's my point.
Okay, thank you. Director Rusha, or Chair Rusha?
Thank you, sir. No, I think Director Chandler actually summed it up perfectly. I just wanted to note that our COA, which we are still calling the SOP, I think, is related to service standard planning. It's a bit of a Venn diagram, if you would. So that was one of the reasons why we are trying to get caught up to board policy, while also just recognize that we will not be voting on a COA until next year. That's why you see the calendar you do. But I think Director Chandler really hit the nail on the head you cannot have standards without metrics, and metrics are of no use to the board without reporting. Thank you. And apologize. I also do want to thank GM CEO Johnson and her staff for taking the time to work this out with directors who were interested in this policy. It was also something that came out of our retreat. We had several meetings, and this would not be possible before you guys today as an action item without that collaboration and communication and that willingness to work together. So thank you, GM CEO Johnson, for that.
Director Harwick, at this time, I see no further hands raised, and that might be an indication that debate on this item has concluded and you could call for a vote.
Sounds good. Will do. Okay. Are there any no votes on this action? And Mr. Kroll, I can't see anyone, so if there's any no's, I can't see.
There are no no votes, although I do see Director Rusha has raised her hand.
Their hand, if you don't mind, sir. I am a yes vote. I just wanted to note that Director Busick had to leave. And so he is no longer in attendance tonight for roll count. Thank you.
Then with, I think it's when there was 6 yes votes, 6 yeses, no no's, no abstentions, that motion passes. All right, our second item tonight is for the Board of Directors to adopt the Title VI Service Equity Analysis Report for May 2025 service changes to comply with federal laws, regulations, and guidelines related to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Do we have a motion?
Second.
I could not hear the first.
Sorry, I forgot the first. I'll move.
Okay, so we have the move is Pagliari. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay.
Director Chandler.
Director Chandler is a second. Okay. All right. All right. Now I would like to ask Martin Romero, Transit Equity Manager, Civil Rights, Carl Green Jr., Director Civil Rights, and Jesse Carter, Senior Manager, Service Planning and Scheduling, to present this item. At this time, I would ask those directors. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, also, I would like to acknowledge that Director O'Keefe has joined the meeting.
Thank you, Director Hartwick. So good evening, members of the board. My name is Martin Romero. I'm the Transit Equity Manager. Tonight, I'll be going over the May 2025 proposed service changes, Title VI Service Equity Analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, so an outline of what I'll be covering during the presentation. I'll be summarizing the proposed service changes, talk about the FTA requirements as the reason to why we complete this analysis. I'll cover the equity analysis decision tree, and then cover the Title VI policies, legal test, and methodology. I'll go over the analysis results, and then we'll talk about public outreach completed for this proposed for the proposed changes, and then we'll conclude with the recommendations. So here we have a snapshot of the proposed service changes for May 2025. At a high level, there are a total of 35 proposed service changes. This includes 7 service increases, where we are adding service in some form to a route, 4 modified services and or route adjustments, 17 schedule timing, or 7 seasonal adjustments. And then Jesse will provide you with more detail on the proposed changes following this presentation. So the FTA requires RTD to perform a service equity analysis for any major service changes. I'll define what constitutes a major service change in the upcoming slides. As a transit agency receiving federal funding, RTD must comply with specific laws and regulations to ensure equitable service for underserved communities. And these laws include the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, national origin in federally funded programs, ensuring fair and equitable access to RTD's services and programs. And then we have the FTA circular.
Mr. Romero, if I might interrupt, we had some bandwidth issues here. Every so often the system refreshes and we dropped your audio one slide back. So if you could back up one full slide and pick up from there.
Sure. So the FTA requires RTD to perform a service equity analysis for any major service changes. And I'll be defining what constitutes a major service change a little bit up ahead in the presentation. Okay, so as a transit agency receiving federal funding, RTD must comply with specific federal laws and regulations to ensure equitable service for underserved communities. And these laws include Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, and national origin in federally funded programs, ensuring fair and equitable access to RTD services and programs. The FTA circular provides guidance on implementing Title VI requirements for transit agencies, and this ensures non-discrimination in federally funded transportation programs as well. Our board adopted 2022 Title VI program defines the policies and processes we follow to ensure compliance with the requirements. So all in all, we conduct this type of work because it's a federal requirement. So this slide here provides an overview of the 3 steps in the decision-making process for conducting an equity analysis. We'll focus on major service change as it pertains to this presentation. So in step 1, we evaluate the type of change. In this case, we ask ourselves if the change is a major service change. And if so, if we determine yes, it is a major service change, we move on to step 2, which is where we assess whether the change results in a disparate impact on BIPOC populations, which stands for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, or a disproportionate burden on low-income populations, which we refer to collectively as equity populations. And just to note, low income is currently defined as individuals at or below 150% of the federal poverty level. So then if a change results in a disparate impact, DI for short, or disproportionate burden, DB for short, we move on to step 3, where we evaluate alternatives and identify ways to minimize, mitigate, or avoid potential impacts on equity populations. Next slide, please. Okay, so Title VI policies refers to our major service change policy, DI and DB policies. Again, I'll be referring to disparate impact as DI and disproportionate burden as DB going forward. Okay, so what is a major service change? So RTD defines a major service change as a 25% additional reduction in the service hours of any route or line that would remain in effect for more than 12 months. And so based on this definition, this analysis resulted in 9 out of 35 service changes exceeding the major service change threshold of 25%. Okay. So DIDB, which we know as our Title VI policies, state that a major service change should not adversely affect equity populations 10% more than non-equity populations. And specifically, the policy states that for a service increase, equity populations receive no less than 10% of non-equity populations. And for service reductions, equity populations receive no more than 10% of non-equity populations. So given that information, let's look at this graph on the right to provide you with an example of how we assess potential disparities for proposed changes. So this graph here shows that we have a proposed change to a route at 25% of the non-BIPOC populations is impacted by. So in order for us to calculate that 10% threshold for a service decrease, we would multiply 10% times 25% for a total of 2.5%. And then we add that 2.5 to 25, which gives us our threshold of 27.5. And so for a service reduction, essentially the change from 25% to 27.5% is 10%. So we want to remain within that 10% at that no disparity range. If the proposed change to a route or line results in more than 27.5% of the impacted population being BIPOC individuals, this would indicate a potential disparity for a major service reduction. For a service increase, we subtract 2.5 from 25% for a threshold of 22.5. And so if the proposed change on a route or a line impacts BIPOC populations at a percentage that falls below 22.5%, there is a possible disparity for a major service increase. And we conduct the DB calculations in the same manner. Next slide, please. Okay, so legal test. When a DI or DB is identified, RTD takes extra steps to ensure equity in service change. We can move forward with the change if we meet the legal test by providing two things. So one, we need substantial legitimate justification for a proposed change, providing there is a necessary reason for the change. And two, if there is no alternatives that would have less disparate impact on BIPOC populations, we would still accomplish RTD's legitimate program goals. So by following this process, RTD prioritizes fairness and works to make transit decisions that best serve all customers. Okay, methodology. So each Title VI policy is applied at the route level and at the system level. At the route level, the analysis examines the demographics within a quarter mile of individual routes using U.S. Census data. And that helps us understand how changes will affect that specific population. So looking at the image here on the right, as an example, Route 0 is shown as a red line with a light pink buffer representing a quarter mile area around the route. So one key data point to mention is that the service district average for BIPOC is 38.1% and 14.1% for low income. The system level analysis, it considers the populations of entire block groups served by route stops. So rather than just those within a quarter mile buffer, this approach helps us understand the overall impact of service changes across the transit network. And since it evaluates all major service changes together and measures their overall impact, the system level analysis provides a more comprehensive view than individual route level analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, so now providing you all that background, let's get into some of the results. So route level analysis, just to simplify the 9 major service changes, I've created this table to indicate which changes have a potential DI or a DB at the route level. And as shown, routes NB, NB1, NB2, 225, 225D, Dash, and Free Metro Ride resulted in a potential DI. There were no DB findings in this round. One column I want to highlight is the DI threshold column. So this is a difference in percentage that this route exceeds the 10% threshold. So for example, if we look at the Free Metro Ride, the Free Metro Ride was only 0.1% from being in that no disparity zone or within the 10% threshold. Similarly, the NB route were 0.17% to 225, and Dash were 0.55% and 0.63 respectively. So for explanatory purposes, I'll go over the route Dash to show you how DI and DB is examined. The board can refer to packet pages 63 through 71 for the full details on other routes. Okay, so just a quick reminder that the Title VI policies establish the threshold in order for us to perform the comparison. So the results for the Dash indicate that BIPOC populations receive slightly less of an increase in service, with 0.52% compared to non-BIPOC populations at 1.27%, a difference of 0.75%. This does meet the threshold of 1.15%, and therefore there is a potential DI finding. On the other end, low-income populations tend to benefit more, with 1.76% more of the benefit compared to 0.73% benefit for non-low income. This does not meet the 0.66% threshold. Therefore, there is no DB found here. Next slide, please. Okay. So in addition to route level analysis, in additional analysis, we do focus on key activity centers to better understand where customers are going. In this analysis, we look for changes in access to retail and convenience stores, academic institutions, social services, senior housing, and employment centers. And this helps us understand access. This helps us understand if access is increased, reduced, or if new access is created to these key locations. So we obtain retail and convenience stores as well as social services from ESRI Business Analysts, 2022 and 2023 data. We obtain academic institutions and senior housing using Dr. Cog's regional data from 2024, and we gather employment data from the U.S. Census Bureau longitudinal employer household dynamics from 2022. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we look at the 9 major service changes in the proposal, we can see that the change enhances access to various locations. As most of these are service increases, I do want to point out that access to key activity centers will improve because buses will either run more often, allowing more convenient and flexible travel options. However, these changes do not add new centers. It simply enhances access to the existing ones. And so some of the more notable enhancements are the 80,770 and 31,430 enhanced access to jobs on Route 44 and Route 16 respectively. And grosser access was enhanced to 209 locations on Route Bold and 208 locations on Route 44. Improved access to social service centers on the free Metro ride, Dash, and Route 144 at 47, 34, and 58 locations respectively. And all other activity centers also saw an enhancement in access to senior housing and academic institutions. Next slide, please. Okay, so now let's get into the system level results. As a reminder, the system level results is a measure of the net impacts of the changes as opposed to route level. And so here BIPOC populations stand to benefit less compared to non-BIPOC populations. That's 43.97% versus 50.82%. The difference here is 6.85% in favor of non-BIPOC, which meets the DI threshold of 45.74%. And then low-income populations tend to benefit more compared to non-low-income populations. Here, it's a 64.09% versus 41.23%. And this is a difference of 22.86%, which does not meet the DB threshold of 37.10%. Next slide, please. Okay, so public hearings. So as it relates to service changes, outreach and public engagement is just as important. As it's a requirement that we inform the public to give them the space to provide feedback. I'd like to highlight that the communications and engagement team and the service development department partnered to hold 2 virtual hearings and 1 Ask a Service Planner virtual meeting on March 3rd and 4th. Next slide, please. Okay. In addition to that, the marketing department launched a comprehensive and multilingual outreach strategy, producing various assets for social media and in-service assets in Spanish and English. The Transit Equity Office also helped to promote major service changes, specifically to equity populations along the impacted routes. A mass email was sent to over 1,150 plus community members, partners, nonprofits, neighborhood organizations, and key activity centers. Public relations released 3 separate news releases, which were sent to regional media outlets. Additionally, service development and communications and engagement presented to all the sub-regional service councils, the Citizens Advisory Committee, CAC, and Transportation Management Associations. Next slide, please. Okay. So to conclude, our analysis indicates that Title VI concerns are minimal and do not raise concerns about inequitable distribution of benefits, as these changes are increases in service, and the percentage DI to threshold difference are minimal. The changes meet the Title VI policy legal test. At the route level, we observed only minimal differences between comparator groups, and there are no practical alternatives to avoid, minimize, or mitigate the findings. At the network level, there is a DI finding, but it remains low, and there are no DB findings. Equity populations stand to benefit from the overall service plan proposal, with BIPOC customers benefiting despite smaller gains from the major service changes and still enhancing access to key activity centers. Next slide, please. Okay, so to bring it all together, the presentation covered the Title VI service equity analysis, methodology, the findings and conclusion. This fulfills the FTA requirement for board awareness and consideration of the equity analysis. Therefore, staff recommends the approval of the May 2025 Title VI service equity analysis. This brings us to the end of the presentation. We'll be open for any questions now.
All right, at this time, I would ask those directors who have questions or who wish to speak to raise their virtual hands, and I will call on you in turn.
Director Harwick, I first see Director Pagliari, then Committee Chair Rusha, then Director Guzman.
Okay, Director Pagliari, you're free to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions for staff. The first question is, are key activity centers weighted equally? And my second question is referring to something on packet page 108. The 16 says it impacts 120 grocers. I live next to the 16. I don't think I've ever counted that many grocery stores. If you could explain what is included in a grocer, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes. Director, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, so for your first question, can you provide a little more context exactly what you mean if if the key activity centers are weighted evenly? And then to answer your second question, grocers count all convenience stores, so 7-Elevens, anywhere where you can get a good, essentially, right? So that could possibly be a gas station where they sell food, or like I said, 7-Eleven, and then any grocery stores as well.
Chair, may I be recognized to respond?
Please.
Thank you for answering that. Yes, you answered my question on the grocers. It sounds like anywhere that sells food. The other question, you mentioned the key activity centers, jobs, grocers, et cetera. Are each of them like taking into consideration equally, or is it based on the number? So kind of in different words, if one area has 10 million jobs, but nothing else, will it be equal to something with more rational distribution of activities?
Chair Harwick, if I may?
Sure.
That's a great question, Director Pagliari. So as far as the key activity centers, there's no weighting between each of the 5 individual categories for key activity centers. More or less, just for background and context, as far as our public comment and engagement when we were producing the 2022 Title VI program update back in calendar year 2022, a lot of feedback that we receive is wanting to get a better assessment of where people are going rather than just looking at, so when we do the route level or the system level analysis, that is doing an assessment of where people live or within neighborhoods. And so we added this assessment, the key activity centers, more or less to ground truth where people may be going with utilizing transit services. So it's not weighted there, I guess to sum it up, they're weighted equally, and it's more or less giving a better understanding on the increases or any changing of access to these services, or key activity centers rather.
Thank you.
Great question.
Does that answer your question, Director Pagliari?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
All right, Director Rusha. Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. I have 4 questions. So the first question is, how many attendees were at the hearings collectively? And related to that is, are those hearings done with the planning department, or does the Civil Rights Office do their own independent outreach? That's question number 1. I will go ahead and run through my other 3 questions, and then please feel free to ask to repeat if needed. Second, did RTD email a large list when doing its outreach for this Title VI portion, or limit it to stakeholders along these routes? Question number 3, what data are we using to determine jobs, including like what year that data was pulled from? And then number 4, are the academic institutions referenced? Is that K-12 or are we talking about higher ed? Thank you.
Chair Harwick, if I may.
Please, Mr. Green.
I'll attempt. Wonderful questions, Director Rusha. I'll attempt to answer all from what I recall. So as far as the first one of the questions that was posed is the jobs. That is from the longitudinal employer household dynamics, and this is in reference to packet page 107. But it's the U.S. Census Bureau longitudinal employer household dynamics, and the year of that is 2022. And as far as the academic institution, that includes schools pre-K through college. And I may be missing 1 or 2 questions. If you can repeat them, please. The ones that I've missed.
Thank
If I may,
Please, Mr. Carter.
I believe the first question was how many people attended the meetings and who basically sponsored the meetings. We work as a team here. Communications, Title VI, and Service Development all attended the meetings that we had. I can get you the exact number of folks, but if I remember offhand, we had one lightly attended Zoom meeting. I think we had 4 people from the public in attendance on that one. And we had one that had about a dozen, but I'll get you the exact numbers on that one. The one that was the most active in my memory was the Talk Tour, a service planner. We actually had more than a dozen folks who participated in that meeting sessions, but I will again provide to the board of directors a list of attendees or a list of the number of persons present in each one of those meetings.
Director Rusha, does that answer your question?
I believe so. I'm just checking the transcript. I have a bit of a lag relative to the rest of the board here. I guess the other question I asked was when we talked about email communications, does RTD have like one email list that they use for stuff like this, or did we segment that out and only email or contact or do outreach to individuals that lived that lived along these lines, or their place of business or a community interest was along these routes?
So,
I apologize.
Committee Chair Harwick.
I see Mr. Summers has his hand up, but I also see Chairman GMCEO.
Yes, I was going to yield the floor to Mr. Summers and indicate that we do work collectively and collaboratively as it relates to engagement activities. Mr. Summers can address the question since I do see him on screen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, GM CEO Johnson and Director Rusha for the question. One thing we tried new this go around with our service changes. In the past, we've had a pretty comprehensive list of neighborhood organizations and businesses and entities that are along the different changes, the proposed changes. Something we tried this year is we actually went through that list and we broke it out so we could subdivide it by specific change that's happening along a route or a line, so we could directly communicate with those individuals about those proposed changes and solicit their feedback directly. So that's something that we did different this time, just so we can engage them. Instead of sending all the proposed changes to everybody, we tried to be a little bit more targeted so they would understand some of those impacts and they could engage their communities as well. Thank you.
And if, Director, if I may add to that.
Please.
Transit Equity Office also scopes the major service changes specifically with the quarter-mile catchment along those routes, and we actually do pull all activity centers and email those entities directly, which is included in the number you see, 1,150.
Thank you. Chair Rusha, anything else to?
I have some comments on this action item, but I will yield and just keep it to questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Guzman.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, Mr. Green, Mr. Carter, thank you so much for the work on this. Everybody that was involved. I am keen on the numbers for the deltas that we're talking about in terms of disproportionate service levels. Although I understand that we are meeting our mission, and sometimes that means that we have to look at whether we're meeting the mission and hurting somebody or whether we're meeting the mission and continuing to help people. And so I guess the way that I'm interpreting the presentation that you've given and the lengthy report that goes with it, which is quite detailed, is that even though there might be some disproportion in the service delivery for different communities, disparities that might be of concern, that by doing these changes, we're providing more access for everybody system-wide. And on these 37, I lost count of how many routes there were, sorry, changes in service development that we're actually providing better service. Key point of interest for me, and one that I'm glad that you highlighted in here, is the number of jobs that are accessible by these changes, particularly with the Route 44 being at the top of that list, which is one that runs through my district. The number of accessible employers for people now, especially as things are getting more expensive. We're looking at tipped wage workers that might be losing income depending on what happens at the legislature. It's been a lot of conversation in my community. So I just want to say thank you for that. Don't really have a question, just wanted to make that comment. Thanks, guys. Good job.
Director Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chairman Harwick. I just wanted to make a comment as well. I appreciate the fact that the Route 153 Chambers is increasing its route from every 30 minutes to every 15. That is very important to my community. So I just wanted to say thank you.
And Secretary Nicholson.
Yes, thank you. Give me 1 second. So I really appreciate these service changes. I was at a community meeting and people were extraordinarily happy with the service coming back on Quebec. So thank you for that. But I actually want to talk about the mall ride. Sorry, the Metro ride. So RTD's Title VI methodology assigns transit equity benefits based on census block groups within a quarter-mile catchment area of routes, assuming that all residents in these areas benefit equally from service changes. I myself actually live in the catchment for the Metro ride. It runs a block away from my apartment. However, this approach does not account for actual travel patterns or ridership. The reinstatement of the Metro ride is categorized as a major service increase, yet the equity analysis shows a lower percentage of BIPOC riders benefit from the change compared to non-BIPOC riders, even though more low-income riders benefit. If you've been to downtown, you understand why. Given that the free Metro ride primarily serves commuters transferring from rail and regional buses, many of whom live outside of the immediate service area. This, I guess, is a question for GM CEO Johnson. Has RTD considered incorporating historical ridership data, fare card analysis, or rider surveys to more accurately reflect the demographics of the actual transit users? Put another way, do BIPOC individuals who ride downtown for fun rather than to go to a job not count in our equity analysis, and why not?
So if I may.
Please.
Thank you very much for the question, Director Nicholson. And when we talk about this equity analysis, we're talking about the service changes within a 12-month period as we go forward. Hence, that's why we do this from the vantage point of what you're talking about, historical data and things of the like. That is more involved with the comprehensive operational analysis when we're trying to discern what might be optimal going forward. And so when we're looking at these triennial changes, we're looking at it on a 12-month basis. Hence, that's why it's critically important that we bring forward to this body any disparate impact or disproportionate burden as outlined in Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Right. I guess to sort of follow up, what I'm asking is we analyze the geographic population. So we analyze who lives in the area that the bus or train is running. We look at jobs, but we don't look at who's riding on we don't look at the the demographic analysis of the actual riders themselves. We have districts that are very, very white that may have, the 6 is a great example. It starts in Aurora, it ends in downtown. It happens to go through Hilltop and Cherry Creek and so what I'm asking is, am I correct in understanding that, BIPOC individuals who ride the Metro ride downtown, not for a job because they're not factored into the jobs analysis, that they wouldn't be factored into whether the Metro ride was having a disparate impact because they're not considered as a result of not living there?
Thank you very much for the question. So it's multifaceted response, keeping in mind as it relates to our customers and those that are riding, utilizing any type of data we had from a demographic standpoint. We don't have that readily available first and foremost going forward, because if I am utilizing a My Ride card, account-based ticketing, am I putting forward my demographics? And that's not a requirement. Holistically, when we're utilizing the data sources that we have available, we do, pursuant to requirements of the Federal Transit Administration in compliance with Title VI, on a frequent basis. And off the top of my head, I'll yield the floor to Carl Green Jr. to help me address this question. I want to say when we do our onboarding surveys and things of the like, this is different from survey data from customer experience. We do go out and ascertain key information relative to the ridership, i.e. the poverty level relative to what their incomes are, and ask people how many people reside in their households and other information pursuant to nationality or race. But that's not done on a basis triennially because we're utilizing data sources that we have available when we do those onboard surveys, which I believe we may do every 3 years, and hadn't done them for a while as FTA directed us to stand down from that because we were in a place where we didn't have the actual volume of transit usage. And so that data was skewed. Hence, that's why you've often heard us say, as we work with the Metropolitan Planning Organization, that would be the Denver Regional Council of Governments, that we have data sources dating back to 2019. So with that, I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. Green to add any additional information that I may have not covered, or correct me if I've spoken correctly relative to the response that I provided Secretary Nicholson. Mr. Green, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, General Manager and CEO Johnson, Chair Harwick, if I may.
Please.
And I'll just state for the record, GM CEO Johnson was right on par with what is expected as far as it relates to service equity analyses. Per the FTA circular for Title VI, there are 2 primary sources of data that is utilized to conduct service equity analyses. The first primary one is census data, U.S. Census data, or the American Community Survey estimates. And transit agencies across the country generally go with this particular assessment using this data source because of the availability of it. Coupled with that, I will say that the FTA expects that we utilize the most recent data. So the most recent census data is the ACS, or American Community Survey, 2019 to 2023, which we are currently using. And then to your point, Director Nicholson, which is a good one with respect to ridership survey, because there's census data, which is more population data, compared to ridership survey or ridership or trip-based data. So to GM CEO Johnson's point with respect to our customer surveys, the last time we did a comprehensive or off to onboard surveys was in 2015, within a supplemental one in 2019. And then per GM CEO Johnson's point with regards to the pause, so to speak, from the FTA of conducting onboard surveys during the pandemic, the planning department actually just carried out with the utilization of a vendor to carry out off to onboard surveys last fall, and we're in the process of combing through that data, and we should have that readily available by April timeframe, which you will see with respect to the 2025 Title VI Program Update Demographic Analysis. So future tense, we will be able to utilize or leverage ridership surveys to supplement our primary method of conducting the analysis, given that we have enough ridership by that particular route in order to assess ridership or by trip-based information.
One more question, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Secretary Wilson.
Great. So just to follow up on that's wonderful to hear. We are, what am I trying to say? The whole agency has done a wonderful job of transitioning to account-based ticketing and, being able to understand our customer base in a way that we couldn't 5 years ago because there wasn't a record that was tied to someone's trip history, where they got on, where they got off, how they paid for it, et cetera. That is going to go through the roof once we have a tap to pay, such that people will no longer have to pay cash. They'll no longer have to use ticket vending machines. And so we'll have even more of an ability to track where people are getting on, where people are getting off. That data gives you the ability to understand the customer journeys far better than we can right now, and look at, for example, if someone's getting on every day at 8 a.m. in Commerce City, coming into downtown and going back. What I guess I'm asking is, is there anything that you're looking at to be able to make use of that information to inform our equity analyses, going forward, given that it's such granular data?
If I may, Committee Chair.
Please.
So I'll start and I'll yield the floor to Mr. Green. I think there's a couple of things, because it is up when we use account-based ticketing, it's up to that customer if they want to relinquish their data to us. So it's not a big brother element. And one thing that's quite important, considering this transit equity report that was provided by Mr. Romero and Mr. Green, is considering the populations in often instances that are transit reliant. There are a lot of unbanked customers. So moving forward, we're still going to have a portion of our customer base in which we will not have information on, due to the fact that they're going to utilize cash.
Yep.
And so that is something with transit agencies just being in the public domain is critically important, because we do not want to create a disproportionate burden or disparate impact on those populations going forward. So while we're moving forward, the intent isn't to collect information, but there may be an opportunity for individuals to opt in for us to leverage that information, but no way will we have a complete picture as we move forward due to the reasons I just outlined.
No, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Director Chandler.
Thank you again, Director Harwick. My question is, how often is that survey done for the on-off ridership thing? You said it was done last fall and it hadn't been updated since the pandemic. What are there plans in the future for that data to be updated yearly, quarterly, once every 5 years? What does that look like?
If I may.
Please.
So traditionally in the transit space, it'd be optimal to do it on an annual basis. That's what I would endeavor for the agency to do going forward, but there's a myriad, there could be other factors, but optimally it'd be annually. I would have to confer with our long-range planning staff, because it is long-range planning, not service planning, that conducts that, as we use that information to make informed decisions as we move forward. But quite naturally, when we do something along the lines of, a COA, as I indicated before, we're leveraging different aspects so we can understand what it is as we plan going forward. So while we did it this year, recognizing we're going to be taking preparatory steps in reference to providing the foundation for a COA, we would do that going forward. But I would have to confer with staff relative to what we intend to do. Yeah, but it should be. Thank you.
Director Chandler, is that good?
Yes, that's exciting news, because I think that having that data annually would be exciting. I understand that it may or may not happen, but at least that's a target. So I appreciate that.
Great, thank you. Director Pagliari.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly note that we're coming up on about 2 hours in this meeting. And we have support staff behind me, and the transcribers and people who might need a break. Thank you.
Yeah, I have it on my radar. Director Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. It looks like you and I are the last two to speak, so I also see that Director Guzman has his hand up, and I said I think it'd be more appropriate if I spoke last or second to last.
Okay, Director Guzman.
Just really quickly, I don't know who set up the service change part of the website where we could give feedback, whoever that was, and if other directors have not explored that when they come up. The tiles linked to each one of these changes allowed public to respond back directly to that route or line and give feedback directed at the changes that were proposed, but also potentially provide additional information. Brilliant. Thank you, because I was able to use that to solicit feedback from community. I hope that you got it. I hope that you found that useful, and it was very easy to navigate. Directors, when we have these service changes coming up, it's a great tool to provide to community members and other elected officials or other neighborhood organizations that you're working with. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that before I forget, because I was going to say it earlier. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you, Director Guzman. Director Nicholson, here's.
Yes, very briefly, I want to echo what Director Guzman said and actually go further. I've had many people tell me they want to have an easy way to give feedback on lines that they ride, not just when they're up for service changes and not just only the ones that are up for service changes, but the entire system, so that it's very simple for someone to go on and be like, I had a great experience on the 225, or I had a horrible experience on the Flatiron Flyer. And so I'd love to see that tool expanded to just allow feedback more broadly. I know there's ways to do it in the feedback form, but it's not intuitive for a lot of people. So I think it's a phenomenal, the amount of people who are just like, I wish I could tell the agency what's going on, that they don't feel like they can, even though we know how. This is a great step forward. Let's keep moving in that direction.
Okay, Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. I will be a no vote tonight for the same reasons as I have been coming up on a year now. Just to briefly recap, despite our action item tonight, we still lack an updated service standards policy. And my district keeps asking, where's our service? And some of these routes in my area are standing room only. And that's even with very poor on-time performance, particularly ones that run from Denver to Aurora. Second, our Title VI analysis, I think it just falls short. Our policy falls short. We don't have a look back policy to assess cumulative impacts over time like other agencies do. And my understanding is that we're measuring availability more as the crow flies rather than say the most accessible routes. And then finally, community engagement, and this has been brought up before, it just has dropped off since COVID. I remember when staff was present in my neighborhood and in my district to talk about potential changes, whether they had a Title VI impact or not, and that's disappeared. And I think we need to bring that back. We need to go back to where community is. And so because these issues, while they might be, while we might be working on them, I'm not comfortable voting yes tonight on this action item. And hopefully I'll be in a different space in the fall after our July action item on these items. Thank you.
Okay. I hate to ask this question, but I'm just going to ask it really quickly. Mr. Green Jr. or Mr. Romero, with everything that's been happening at the federal level, are we even concerned that Title VI might go away? Is that even a thing that could happen? And I'm not trying to sort of plan for the worst, but is that something we're nervous about, or something similar coming down our way, or is that we just have to wait and see?
If I may, Committee Chair, I believe that question is better suited for me to address as opposed to staff.
Please.
So first and foremost, recognizing that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is federal law that was effectuated, and keeping in mind it would be quite difficult for a president unilaterally to execute an executive order or a memorandum doing away with that in that fashion, recognizing that there's three branches of government. And so while I recognize that there's been quite a bit of discussion relative to buzzwords that really aren't buzzwords, but people are utilizing them in a weaponizing format, i.e. DEI and things of the like, I want to assure this body that while there's federal laws, there's also state laws. And as we look at delivering transit services, considering the RTD Act and how this organization was effectuated, it is to provide services in an equitable fashion. And when we hear equity, we're not just talking about the color of one's skin or sexual orientation. We're talking about providing services to people with all abilities. It talks about curb cuts, those access elements as well. So this organization will continue to provide transit services through that equitable lens. There has been conversations that have ensued through different forums with the American Public Transportation Association and other entities going forward. And I would be very surprised if, in fact, federal legislation was repealed as relates to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So we will proceed accordingly. Thank you very kindly for the question.
Thank you. Appreciate it. With no more questions, I'm going to call the vote. I know that there is one no already, so I will go through and Director Busick, who is no longer with us. Director Chandler.
Yes.
Myself, I'm a yes. Director Nicholson.
I'm a yes.
Okay, Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
Okay, Director Rusha.
No.
Okay. Seeing that there are 5 yeses and 1 no and 1 absent, this measure passes. Now that we have gone 5 minutes over our 7:30 sort of break, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we're going to reconvene at 7:45.
Director Harwick, I'm going to wrangle some committee members in the hall here and get us back rolling.
Thank you.
Chair Harwick, we had a little bit of an accident here that we had to address, but now I'm going to calmly say everyone will be taking their seats.
I gathered I could see some commotion going on.
And the recording has started, everyone.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Safety, Security, and Operations meeting for March 12th. I'm going to reconvene this meeting at 7:50 p.m. Okay, now we're going to just jump right into our third recommended action. For the Board of Directors to approve the May 2025 service change as revised and summarized in Attachment A, and to authorize the General Manager and CEO or her designee to Execute contract amendments as necessary for private operators impacted by the service changes. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Mayor Nicholson as the mover. Do we have a second?
I second, Director
Chandler
Chandler.
is the second. Okay, now I would like to ask Fred Worthen, Assistant General Manager, Bus Operations, and Jesse Carter, Senior Manager, Service Planning and Scheduling, to present this item.
Thank you, honorable committee members. Fred Worthen, AGM of Bus Operations. In February, staff brought forth a set of preliminary recommendations for the May service changes. Mr. Carter has since then worked with staff to conduct a number of outreach efforts with our community and has modified some of those recommendations slightly. So at this point, I will ask Mr. Carter to basically present on any modifications, changes, or updates to the previous service changes you've heard. Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Worthen. Feel like we've already talked quite a bit about the service change, so I won't go over that anymore. However, you will note that in the board paper, there were mention of several changes that occurred since we've talked back in February. One, there was a minor change of wording on the Route 16 proposal to state that this service change proposal or recommendation actually amends the SOP. Also on the Route 93L, there was a change of the park and ride associated with the service change. It was noted as being Thornton Crossroads rather than Eastlake 124th. So again, it's Thornton Crossroads at 104th Station. And then we did add the L line, which serves 30th and Downing to 16th and Stout Street, which is our light rail service. And the reason why we're doing that is we heard from both operators, and it was confirmed through public process that some of our passengers were seeing longer wait times because we have a bit too much time between 20th and Welton and 18th and Stout. So that schedule will be adjusted. And that concludes the changes to the board paper. And with that, I turn it back to you, Fred, or open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. That concludes our presentation. Chair Howard, thank you.
Okay. All right. At this time, I would ask those directors who have questions or who wish to speak to raise your virtual hands, and I will call on you in turn. Chair Rusha, I see you first, although there may be people out in the real world as well, but you're first to go.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. So can staff please remind us, I know it's posted online, but can you just please remind us what the deadline was for the public to submit changes, or sorry, comment to the proposed changes? And that's part one of my question. And part two is the comment. Can staff please alert us earlier than a Friday before a Wednesday meeting when we are going to have changes, service changes, amendments, that differentiate from the previous month's discussion items so that we have more time to process? Thank you.
Yeah, if I may.
Please.
Okay, as stated in the board report, the process or the public opinion or public outreach effort started February 13th and ended March 6th, 2025 for this particular service change. And I hope that answers the question, Director Rusha or Chair Rusha.
Half of it, sir.
If I may, Co-Chair Harwick.
Please.
So it is very difficult for, based upon our existing service timelines, for staff to basically provide any other information prior to the actual service packet going out to the board of directors. As Mr. Carter mentioned, our public feedback sessions closed last Tuesday. His staff needed time to compile the feedback, complete the report, and that took him all the way through Friday itself. So it is very difficult with the changes to our public outreach plan to get things to the board much earlier than we are getting it to the board right now. I would mention, though, that the preliminary service change recommendations are done a month in advance. There are very seldomly, most of the time, if there are changes, they are minor in nature. If they are more larger in nature, though, we go into greater detail when we present to the board of directors itself and to the committee.
Director Rusha or Chair Rusha?
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may, really quickly, I wanted to add additional information.
Please.
Recognizing the comment that was made by Co-Chair Rusha, this is something that I too have discussed with staff as we move forward, recognizing what Mr. Worthen set forward, and considering that we do triennial service changes in our meeting schedule, it makes it somewhat difficult. And we know when we're doing our triennial service changes, and so I would like to explore during the months in which we have to make a decision, perhaps we could move the operations committee back a week. So then staff has enough time to incorporate the comments and data and provide adequate time for us as staff to review, as well as moving forward for the board's deliberations as well. So I throw that out for context because it's something that we have been talking about. Recognize the undue burden that's placed on staff, and then the comments that are made as if we're trying to not provide information in a timely manner. That's not the intent. It's just by virtue of our triennial process and trying to garner as much information as we can. So thank you for the opportunity just to share that. I'm not seeking a response at this juncture, but it's something that I will be exploring with the service planning team. Thank you.
Chair Rusha?
Thank you, Chair Harwick. And I just want to thank GMCO Johnson for her comments. I think what you said echoes some of my concerns, and I would love to be part of that conversation and how we can ensure getting in public comment, allowing for staff time, but also making sure there's not an undue burden on the board as well, who does have the final say. And as you know, our packets get pretty big. I think this one hit 400 pages. Thank you.
Director Chandler?
Yes, thank you, Director Harwick. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Fred Worthen for his service, and I appreciate all that he has done, and good luck on your next endeavor, and thank you for your service.
Director Nicholson?
Yes, thank you. Two things very briefly. First, I echo what GMCO Johnson said. Not to brag, but our work is more important to the general public than finance and planning, and that they pay more attention to it. And so giving people extra time to see the packet, respond, weigh in, et cetera, when there are service changes and other things, I think is more than warranted if the executive manager and the office can handle that. I think it'd be fine. I would support it. The second thing that I would say is, and this gets back to, I'm a nerd and I appreciate the technology that lets people engage with this. The service changes website is phenomenal. There isn't a map of where the service changes are on the service changes website. And so it was actually, as someone who is a little bit spatially challenged, it took me a bit to figure out where all the service changes were relative to each of the districts, and sort of, what was impacting my district and what was impacting. So this is a plea to the GIS department, or just whoever can put together a PDF, that for the fall service changes on that service change website, if we can have a picture of the routes that are affected, so that people can see where they go and, whether it's nearby them, that would be amazing.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. Do we have any other comments? Hearing no, I'm going to move that to a vote then. Are there any no votes? Okay. Then
Sorry, sir, I didn't have a chance to raise my hand. I will be a no vote tonight for reasons I mentioned previously.
I wondered, you were quiet. Okay. All right, then I will take the vote. Again, Director Busick is no longer with us, so we have Director Chandler.
I am a yes vote, and I hope that your previous comment is not taken literally. He's no longer available for this meeting.
Thank you. I realized as I said it, yeah, thank you. Director Nicholson.
I am a yes vote, and I call the question in his honor.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Chair Rusha.
No.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
Okay, and as the current chair, I am a yes. And that gives us 5 yeses and 1 no and 1 absent, and this passes. All right, now we're going to move on to discussion items this evening. We have one. This is about the paratransit program modifications. I would like to ask Fred Worthen, Assistant General Manager, Bus Operations, and Paul Hamilton, Senior Manager, Paratransit Services, to present this item.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair Harwick. I'm still struggling with the term co-chair, so my apologies. Before I begin, I will yield the floor to Ms. Johnson to see if she has any opening remarks, and then I will move forward with the presentation from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Worthen, Co-Chair Harwick, if I may. I would just like to state for the record that this is a discussion item. The team is bringing this forward to ensure that everybody is grounded in our paratransit program, understanding that we have 2 elements of paratransit service, one being the American with Disabilities Act of 1990, complimentary paratransit service that all transit agencies that are recipient of federal dollars provide. Additionally, we have Access on Demand, that is a premium supplemental paratransit services that this organization commenced with a pilot just before I got here. I don't say that because I don't own it, I do, but wanted to ensure that this was something that commenced during the height of the pandemic. What we are endeavoring to do after commissioning a peer review that was conducted by transit professionals that are members of the American Public Transportation Association was to have them come in and assess what might we do to enhance our offerings to ensure that our paratransit program services are sustainable and that are equitable. And when I say equity, I'm not talking about any federal regulations or laws, but equitable from the vantage point of what we do at RTD, making lives better through connection and providing services. So at this juncture, Mr. Worthen will go through where we are. We've done a myriad of different community engagement outreach. There has been quite a bit of discussion with entities from which you've heard of. We had a thought leadership session, for instance, with the National Federation of the Blind. I call that out because they have been very vocal in working with President Beecham. We have had I would say 2 meetings thus far, and then a supplemental meeting at their facilities to have conversations about what it is that we're trying to do and ensuring that we can provide services for all people with abilities. With that, I will yield the floor with Mr. Worthen. I know there had been, I say I'm gonna yield the floor and I keep rambling. I'll say one other thing. We're presenting this information. We are not endeavoring to come back next month or in May. I did have a conversation with Co-Chair Rusha, who put forward a strong plea that we wouldn't do anything prior to June. You all do know that Mr. Worthen is transitioning, taking on a new role at the Jacksonville Transportation Authority. We are adjusting and we're doing a transition. I will apprise parties of next week as we've been having meetings this week. And so those are some of the reasons why we want to ensure that we're being diligent and intentional. But I would be remiss if I didn't state, just yesterday I received a email from my colleague who actually is the CEO of Valley Metro in Phoenix, Arizona, who reached out to me and said, Deborah, I would love for our teams to connect because we're looking at our paratransit program. And I connected her today with a member of staff. And so I share that to say that we're not alone in this and we're not doing anything in a vacuum trying to create any disparate treatment to any customer segment. I think if anything, as we look at where we are, we want to ensure that we are being good fiduciaries and that we understand that while we do have our ADA paratransit services, our supplemental premium services are something that we do need to look at to ensure that we can sustain them for a period of time and that we're not putting the agency in a precarious position. So that's what I had to offer up. With that, Mr. Worthen, please go forward. And if you need a lifeline, I'm here to help. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Johnson. First, before I get started, is the presentation showing up okay online?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, honorable board members and committee members. I'm Fred Worthen, Assistant General Manager of Bus Operations. Tonight, I'll provide an overview of our paratransit programs, a refresher on the American Public Transit Association peer review conducted in the spring and summer of 2024, how recommendations under consideration regarding the report were developed, and recommendations under consideration to improve paratransit operations. And I do apologize in advance. Some of our board members who have been with us have seen portions of this presentation already. It will be a good refresh for individuals to remember some of the information I'm going to provide. However, with 7 new board members, I felt like it was needed to kind of start from ground zero to make sure that we're on a level playing field with regard to knowledge regarding this topic. So RTD provides a broad suite of fixed route and paratransit services available to our customers. As Ms. Johnson mentioned, RTD's paratransit program is comprised of our Access-a-Ride service and our supplemental premium paratransit, commonly referred to as Access on Demand. Our Access-a-Ride services are complimentary paratransit services that are conditionally provided to passengers who live within and or travel within 3/4 of a mile of RTD's fixed route services or rail stations due to a disability or mobility barrier as defined in the criteria set within the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. These services supplement regular fixed route services. Customers are required to pay a fare associated with each trip taken, and all Access-a-Ride vehicles are branded and 100% accessible. RTD's Access on Demand program is a supplemental premium service that provides curb-to-curb taxi and rideshare options. Access on Demand services are currently available 24/7 throughout the RTD service area that is available to current eligible Access-a-Ride customers. Access on Demand customers do not currently pay an initial upfront fare like they do on regular Access-a-Ride services. RTD pays the first $25 of the customer's trip. Any cost above $25 is paid by the customers. Customers can take up to 60 total trips per month on one of 4 different service providers. Most Access on Demand type services began as user-subsidized voucher programs with services paid for by transit agencies. Taxi companies typically provided on-demand services through voucher programs on what is commonly referred to as the Federal Transit Administration taxi cab exemption. The initial exemption allowed transit agencies to issue ride vouchers to customers without requiring FTA or DOT compliant drug and alcohol testing for taxi cab service providers using the same standards as is required for regular fixed route and paratransit service providers. However, as transportation network companies such as Lyft and Uber have entered the market, Access on Demand type programs have grown in popularity and usage in ways not intended by the initial enabling Federal Transit Administration rules and regulations. And proposed rule clarifications to drug and alcohol testing programs governing transportation network companies issued by the FTA in December of 2024, the FTA stated, in 1994, when the exception was issued, many taxi cab drivers were independent operators providing service to any individual who hailed them from the curb. The selection was random and not predictable, with the rider flagging down the next taxi cab that appeared. The proposed clarifications went further to state, however, the use of TNCs has gone beyond incidental support of public transportation, with first mile, last mile, and guaranteed ride home programs to regularly supplementing or replacing transportation service. Based upon the information contained within the Federal Register, it's clear that the FTA intended programs such as Access on Demand to supplement paratransit services, not replace existing paratransit or traditional fixed route services. Although the FTA has not issued final clarifications as to whether or not TNCs will be required to drug and alcohol test drivers going forward, I think it's important that the initial intent of the Access on Demand program, as the agency considers policy changes under this program. Overall, paratransit represents about 2% of RTD passenger trips in 2024. However, paratransit services consume approximately 20% of bus operations budget. When Access on Demand was originally proposed by staff, the intent was to help supplement accessoride services, as well as reduce paratransit operating costs. Unfortunately, accessoride ridership has remained fairly steady, while Access on Demand has grown substantially, creating a new demographic of paratransit customers. Both Accessoride and Access on Demand have seen a steady increase in the operating budget. Access on Demand now consumes about 20% of the total Accessoride budget. As the number of trips provided through the Access on Demand increased, so did the monthly cost associated with providing these trips. Monthly program costs during the initial pilot phase were roughly $85,000. As the pilot project progressed from providing service in a few zip codes to the entire service area, demand for Access on Demand services grew quickly. When trip caps were eliminated as part of the Zero Fare for Better Air program in September 22, demand for Access on Demand services jumped dramatically. This program has grown to over $1 million per month in program cost. Currently, about half of all active paratransit service customers use Accessoride only. About 15% of the active paratransit customers use a combination of Accessoride and Access on Demand. However, about 35% only use Access on Demand services. As mentioned, Access on Demand was intended to supplement Accessoride services, taking some of the pressure off of those services. It was never intended to create a new service market. However, the Access on Demand program does not require an upfront fare, is not restricted to traditional ADA service boundaries or service hours, provides a fairly large subsidy per trip and a fairly large number of trips provided per month. Thus, the program has created a new service market. Late in 2023, staff learned that some customers were utilizing multi-stop options that were outside of the Access on Demand program scope and service restrictions. The Uber application allowed ambulatory customers to request multiple stops when booking a ride. This option is not available through all service providers or to customers who use mobility devices. The inability to provide multiple stops options to all paratransit customers created disparity among our riders. In December of 2023, staff notified all riders that multi-stop was never allowable under the Access on Demand program, and the paratransit customers could not utilize the service. Unfortunately, RTD cannot require Uber to turn off the multi-stop functionality. As a result, staff has to manually monitor service usage to ensure this service is not used. In February 2024, Deborah Johnson asked that I assume oversight of our paratransit operations. I have an extensive background in paratransit and demand responsive services. When I assumed oversight of the paratransit operations, CEO General Manager Deborah Johnson commissioned a peer review through the American Public Transportation Association to examine RTD Accessoride and Access on Demand programs. As a bit of background, when a peer review is requested, APTA will compile a panel of subject matter experts to assess specific aspects of an agency's operations. This assessment typically consists of the panel interviewing subject matter experts, examining program data and information, and interviewing key stakeholders. Panel experts volunteer their time and effort to help improve operations among other transit systems. The Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand peer review commenced in April of 2024. As part of the preliminary process, APTA panel experts met with staff to prepare for the peer review. This included reviewing work to be completed as part of the review, determining interview and work schedules, and working through other logistics such as travel, lodging, and workspace. In May of 2024, the peer panel conducted on-site interviews, collected data, and worked extensively to analyze paratransit operations for a full week. The peer review focused on identifying best practices employed by similar transit agencies, including demand response programs such as our Access on Demand program, to examine program parameters that included responsible cost controls, sound customer-facing processes, and reviewing software, hardware, and other tools to ensure optimal service performance and program cost effectiveness. From May through August, the peer panel worked to develop a final report that included observations and recommendations to consider that could improve Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand services. The full report is available online and is also included in your board packet materials. Although the final report is very detailed, the panel recommendations centered around three major themes. First, there's a need to develop a clearly stated vision for paratransit to guide priorities for the Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand services. Currently, the Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand programs function pretty much as standalone programs instead of complementary programs to support each other. Second, there's a need to refresh the Access on Demand program structure to create a financially sustainable option that serves customer needs. When the Access on Demand program was first initiated, the monthly cost of operations was roughly $75,000. The program has grown to over $1.2 million in monthly expenses. In 2022, the average cost per trip was roughly $10. The average cost per trip has grown to approximately $16.50 per trip. Currently, 1/3 of Access on Demand users consume about 70% of Access on Demand services. Growth within the Access on Demand program is not operational or fiscally sustainable. Third, there is a need to leverage technology and processes and process improvements to streamline daily work. The recommendations received by the peer review panel were valuable. However, staff has had to individually assess all recommendations to determine the viability within RTD's operating environment. The peer review panel also recommended developing longer-term strategies to continue to improve our paratransit operations. After RTD received the final peer review report, several steps were taken to evaluate the feasibility of recommendations within the report and to further refine the recommendations that I'll discuss later within this presentations. These steps included surveying other transit agencies, extensive customer and stakeholder outreach efforts, data and regression analysis, and in-depth case studies. A significant amount of information has been gathered and utilized to formulate paratransit program modifications under consideration. Initially, we collected information from 21 different transit agencies through surveys or a review of other transit system programs. From the data gathered, about 95% of agencies reviewed charged the same or higher fares for paratransit services, similar to the Access-a-Ride program federally mandated under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Also, about 80% of the agencies have programs similar in basic operations to the RTD Access on Demand program. Of those with programs similar to Access on Demand, 80% charge fares that are the same or higher than their federally mandated paratransit programs. Only one transit agency reviewed had a zero fare up front, but that program has stringent requirements that customers be established regular customers of their core paratransit system, requiring 50 trips on the core paratransit system over the course of 6 months to be eligible for the service. Subsidies by other transit agencies range from $4.50 to $60 per trip, with trip caps ranging from 0 to 60 trips per month, with the average trip cap of 42 trips per month. Staff also engaged in customer and stakeholder outreach efforts. A webpage was established in March 2024 that included information regarding the peer review report, observations, recommendations, and next steps. An online feedback forum was developed. We received 516 comments through the webpage. Surveys were also conducted to gather feedback from the public. A second survey was sent to a statistical sampling of paratransit customers. Additionally, feedback was solicited through our customer advisory committees such as ACPD, APAC, and the CAC. And additionally, multiple stakeholder meetings were conducted. I personally led stakeholder outreach efforts and regularly met with advisory committees throughout the entire engagement cycle. 2 surveys were distributed by staff. A general and a statistically valid survey representing the paratransit customer base was distributed. The surveys asked several questions regarding service satisfaction, as well as the importance of various program elements such as fares, subsidies, trip caps, and service area. Respondents were also asked to rank 3 different scenarios to help staff understand the importance of program elements to our paratransit customers. The public online survey received 387 responses. The randomly sampled customers used for the statistical sampling were provided links to the survey, and paper copies were also available. Survey responses indicated that over half of the respondents use Access-a-Ride services at least once per week. About 65% of respondents used Access on Demand services at least once per week. Survey recipients were also asked to rank in the importance in order of most important to least important regarding several program elements of the Access on Demand program. Fares was most important, with the subsidy per trip and number of trips allowed each month receiving nearly identical responses and rankings. Service area and service hours available were ranked lowest among choices provided. Survey respondents were also asked to rank 3 different scenarios. Scenario A required customers to pay an upfront fare of $4.50 per trip. After initial fare payment, customers would receive a trip subsidy of up to $30 per trip for up to 30 trips per month. Scenario B required customers to pay a higher $5.50 fare per trip. After initial fare payment, customers would receive a trip subsidy of $25 per trip for up to 40 trips per month. Scenario C required customers to pay a $6.50 fare upfront per trip. After the initial fare payment, customers would receive a trip subsidy of $25 per trip for up to 50 trips per month. The scenarios were designed to help staff understand what customers valued the most in order of importance with regard to customer upfront fares, subsidies, and the number of trips provided per month. Of the responses received, 64% of survey respondents chose scenario A as their top choice among the 3 scenarios. This indicated that customers would prefer to have lower fares over higher trip subsidies and more trips per month. Scenario B was the second choice, which required customers to pay a higher base fare upfront, an additional $1 per trip over scenario A, have a $5 per trip lower subsidy, but also have an additional 10 trips per month available to customers. Scenario C was ranked 3rd, with customers paying $2 per trip more than scenario A, having a $5 per trip lower subsidy, but also having an additional 20 trips per month over scenario A. Scenario A is very much in alignment with customers ranking fare as the most important component of the Access on Demand program. A question was also asked to help determine if customers were willing to pay a premium for Access on Demand services outside the traditional Access-a-Ride service boundaries, which are within 3/4 of a mile of traditional fixed route services or rail stations. Only 17% of respondents were very likely to use Access on Demand services outside the traditional ADA service area if a premium were required for such services. There was also a significant correlation between respondents who rated price as most important to those respondents who rated trip subsidies and trip caps most important. Of those who use Access on Demand services, 30 trips are, per month or more, which we term high frequency users. 54% selected scenarios B and C, where those who take less than 30 trips per month, low frequency users, selected scenarios B or C. Responses also indicated that regardless of the scenario chosen, there would be minimal changes in trip usage overall. There was also a strong correlation between the age of respondents and those who chose scenario A as their top pick. 51% of respondents 39 years of age or younger chose scenario A. 60% of respondents between the age of 40 and 59 chose scenario A, and 74% of respondents age 60 and above chose scenario A. Staff examined trip usage patterns for 2024 to assist in formulating programmatic change recommendations. About 3/4 of active Access on Demand users take on average 30 trips per month or less. Based upon usage, staff believes that providing up to 40 trips per month is reasonable and meets the majority of Access on Demand user needs. Going back to Access on Demand services, as previously mentioned, the program structure has resulted in a new market for these services and rapid ridership growth since full inception of the program. During early stages of the Access on Demand program, ridership was roughly 6,000 trips per month. By the time the program was open to the entire RTD service area with expanded service hours and providers, the program had already more than doubled in ridership with roughly 15,000 trips per month. By August of 2024, the program has grown from 6,000 trips per month in its pilot phase to roughly 63,000 trips per month, roughly 10 times the initial size of the initial pilot project. Staff also examined the impacts of modifying service boundaries by examining actual trip patterns of customers. The majority of Access on Demand trips were taken within the traditional service area boundaries provided by Access-a-Ride services. Of the trips that were either partially or fully outside the traditional ADA service area where Access-a-Ride services are provided, only 5% have trips that both start and end outside the ADA service area. Fewer than 4% of customers regularly take trips outside the traditional service area. However, 40% of users have taken at least one trip per month that starts, ends, or is totally outside the service area. Modifying the Access on Demand service area to mirror existing ADA services would have minimal impact to customers, yet improve access for WAVE customers who are wheelchair accessible vehicle customers. Currently, RTD uses our paratransit service providers to supplement wheelchair accessible vehicle services for Access on Demand. When WAVE services are provided for Access on Demand, those vehicles are not available to provide service on Access-a-Ride. Additionally, providing service outside the core ADA service area extends wait times for those in need of wheelchair accessible vehicles, as there are a limited number of WAVE vehicles available, and our service area is a full 2,400 square service miles versus the compact ADA corridor service area. Finally, properly assessing cost to service is difficult as WAVE resources are billed under the traditional Access-a-Ride contract, not as a separate line item. Thus, the cost for ADA programs are understated. Demand for wheelchair accessible vehicle service has increased with overall demand. As previously mentioned, WAVE service is only available to customers who are able to use curb-to-curb service, and the cost of those WAVE trips is incorrectly allocated to the Access-a-Ride program, overstating the Access-a-Ride cost and understating the Access on Demand program cost by up to 27%. After considering customer feedback, the regression analysis, customer surveys, customer program usage data, and other factors such as fiscal sustainability, Staff has developed several recommendations for consideration regarding the Access on Demand program. I'll go over the key recommendations under consideration on the screen, then I'll provide other relevant data used to develop these recommendations. First, we're recommending that customers pay a base fare equivalent to the fare paid on other accessorized services. This includes a $4.50 base fare for customers or a reduced fare of $2.25 for Live customers. Staff is also recommending reducing the trip cap from 60 to 40 per month, and staff is recommending that the subsidy per ride be decreased from $25 to $20. These recommendations are in alignment with the responses from customers regarding the order of importance for program elements, with the reasonable fare being the most important element. We're also recommending that the service area and service hours be modified to mirror those of accessorized program in effect at the time. Based upon a number of factors and a regression analysis conducted, it is projected that the staff recommendation to modify trip caps, fare subsidies, and service area alignment will result in a net reduction in program costs of approximately $434,000 per month, or about a 41% reduction in program spending. Most customers take less than 40 trips per month, thus the trip cap reduction will not impact most customers. Based upon regression analysis, customer usage patterns, and the experience of other transit agencies, staff believes that those who are super users that utilize more than 40 trips per month will manage their trips more effectively. Aligning service area and service hours with the ADA boundaries will also ensure equity and equal access to services. As a reminder, those who are outside of the ADA boundary but cannot use accessorized services do not have services available that are available to Access on Demand users. Program cost reductions are based upon lower trip usage, customer fare contributions, and the elimination of some trips currently taken that are available to other transit users. Staff is recommending that a Live fare discount is offered as part of the Access on Demand program modifications. In the fall of 2024, random sample survey of paratransit customers we conducted, 74% of survey takers reported household incomes of less than 250% of the federal poverty level. In a customer survey, 55% of accessorized and Access on Demand customers reported household incomes of less than 200% of the federal poverty level. RTD civil rights staff estimate that based on census data, 28% of the people who live in the RTD district may have income less than 250% of the federal poverty level. So our financial estimates assume that 55% of customers may qualify for the Live program discount. Staff is also working on several Access on Demand operational changes that require Access on Demand users to be enrolled and established as accessorized customers, that the suspension policy be streamlined, and that future contracts incentivize transportation networks to TNCs to provide wheelchair accessible vehicles. Staff has also examined opportunities to improve accessorized services. Most accessorized users take 10 trips or less per month. About 60% of accessorized users take 30 trips or less per month. During the annual agency survey conducted in 2024, accessorized customers indicated that vehicles arriving on time, ease of scheduling trips, and travel time were among the most important service provision factors. One of the historical challenges regarding accessorized service delivery was on-time performance reliability. Looking back 3 years, accessorized service delivery floated in the upper 70% range until September 2023. In September 2023, staff integrated freeware with existing scheduling software, which resulted in an immediate on-time performance improvements, climbing to 90% on-time service pickups in March of 2024. On-time service delivery for accessorized services has consistently consistently been around 90% since that time. Customer satisfaction regarding Access-a-Ride has improved as well. Access-a-Ride concerns have declined by 49% when comparing 2023 data versus 2024 data. Utilizing survey information and customer feedback, staff is also looking at a number of operational changes or enhancements to our Access-a-Ride program. This includes changing recertifications from 4 years to 5. On-time performance will be modified to measure pickup and drop-off metrics and future scheduling software enhancements. Staff is also exploring software modifications to support changes in service provision and to provide productivity enhancements. For example, we're exploring ways to provide same-day service requests on Access-a-Ride services. There will also be modifications to the conditional eligibility process. Staff is exploring contract modifications to provide better program accountability and reduce operating costs, as well as modifications to the existing suspension policy. Finally, staff is working on developing a fleet procurement plan to procure smaller vehicles such as sedans or minivans as part of a pilot project. A modified fleet mix should reduce operating costs and improve passenger comfort. As Ms. Johnson mentioned, this timeline may be subject to change, but at the time of production, this is what we had available. So this month, staff has presented background and proposed program changes to improve paratransit service as well as maintain program fiscal sustainability. It is anticipated that the staff will bring a final set of programmatic changes for the board to approve in either April or May of 2025, with staff working to effectuate any board adopted modifications between adoption and the implementation completed in August of 2025. I know that that is a lot of information to digest in a short period of time. However, that concludes my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Worthen. Are there any comments or questions from the committee? My guess is no. I'm just looking online right now, and I see Director Pagliari.
Thank you, Chair. I have quite a bit to say this evening because I think this is an extremely important topic. And I will try to keep each question under 45 seconds and each comment under 45 seconds. So my first question is, when you were studying these peer agencies, did the peer agency review, and if you looked at other agencies, what percentage do other agencies spend on the ADA required services? Thank you. Sorry, to clarify, what percentage of their total budget do they spend on these ADA services? And maybe what do we spend as well?
Typically for Access-a-Ride, the federally mandated services, the budgets for Access-a-Ride services fluctuate between 15 and 25% of the operating budget.
Thank you. I can go back around in the queue to answer my next question. I yield the floor.
Okay, Director Chandler.
Yes, thank you. Finally got that off of mute. Thank you, Director Harwick, Chairman Harwick. My question is to Mr. Worthen. You had a slide that you talked about, which isn't in our packet. I believe it's a AD, the Access-a-Ride on-demand service definition slide. That wasn't in our packet for some reason. And I noticed that the date on your slide was from 2024. So that slide, so I'd like to go back to that because it seems like there's quite a bit that's in my mind points to the fact that Access-a-Ride is obviously not a good product compared to the Access on Demand. Access on Demand is a good product because people are using it more because it is eclipsing. And so on page 253, slide 253, there's a definition there on what Access on Demand and the definition is. And that's why people are misusing it, is because the definition is so narrow. And so I don't know if our agency has the capacity to tell people you can't use it to go to and from work. But that's what that definition is saying, is that these are what is recommended uses and not what's actually put forth. So I don't know if you can get back to that slide. Does that make sense?
I can explain to you. Again, going back to the initial FTA rulings, the access on demand programs were designed to be basically somebody goes out on the curb with about.
Excuse me, sir, just for point of order, would you mind, Mr. Worthen, or staff, if they could just pull up that slide that Director Chandler referenced? It would be helpful for us who are who have a different version of the packet, as well as who are remote.
You said 253?
Well, it's farther down than that. I don't know. I didn't write the
If I
number.
may, it is package page 253, which is also slide 6, whereby we say access on demand service meant to be supplemental, and then it lists out use cases include medical appointments, unforeseen situations, shopping, to just amplify the point that Director Chandler has made, whether or not we can actually state that one cannot use it for employment. I would agree in that vein, because it is a service and it's discretionary in that regard. While the intent may be supplemental, it's hard. I just wanted to concur.
And that, I guess that's my point. Slide 253 says access on demand service is meant to be supplemental to the ADU required paratransit service, not a replacement service. Well, it's become a replacement service. Okay. And so I think we need to address the fact that it's become this because it is a better service, right? And that's my point, is when people are given a choice, they're going to take something that's a better service. So I think there's multiple things here. We need to figure out how to either correct the misservice, the unproductive service, the lack of service in the Accessa ride, because people will only continue to use access on demand more. I think the paratransit or the population we're trying to serve would use it more. And I think that's why it's kind of hard for me to say, well, are we policing this? And I think that's an administrative nightmare. I think on page 282, you talked about, I have to go down to page 282 in the slides here. And again, the packet we received is different than by a few slides, the one that you showed, because I was trying to follow along very diligently. So slide 28 or page 282, how does one keep track of all of this? I think that's an administrative nightmare as well. So I would like to say that one of the things I would recommend, because you had recommendations on page 293, is has anybody thought outside the box of what we can do as far as recommendations, other than continuing to recommend what we are currently doing? And maybe a recommendation might be on your slide or your page 293, we actually give the person the choice what to do with their dollars, instead of us trying to administer that. I think it takes a lot less staff time, a lot less angst from the writer, if they're actually given that choice, instead of us trying to cap everything and trying to just push them towards that end. So I guess I have some comments as to why other additional scenarios were not considered.
If I may, Committee Chair Howard. First off, I would disagree with the comments that were made. Because this is a premium service, the agency has a right to regulate that service in any way set. It is not federally mandated. So things like restricting trip cap and usages are well within the purview of the agency. They are not regulated by the FTA. However, that being said, that doesn't mean that we should. What I was trying to relay, though, is that when these programs were started, the FTA has clearly stated that these types of programs are not meant to replace existing services. And I'm merely relaying to you that the FTA has things under consideration now that may dramatically impact these types of programs down the road, depending upon what happens with clarification of existing legislation itself. As far as the administrative burden, we are already tracking things like subsidies per trips per month. And we have to do all of that manually right now. Part of what we are headed towards down the line is to create a software interface where customers could basically book trips, and it would give them information based upon things like trip availability, how many trips they have left per month, would give them the ability to be able to pay their fare through the portal. That is down the line, though. That isn't something that we can do right now. However, we are already tracking the subsidies that the vendors have a contract that basically they automatically charge for above the trip subsidies. We have to manually track the number of trips used per month. That does create a challenge for us, as we have 4 different vendors that we are tracking at this point. But I do understand the comments. But again, I think that we have to consider the intent of the FTA when we consider policy as well.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question?
Sure.
So what do you think is the intent then of the FTA?
Again, the intent of the FTA was for these programs to be supplemental to existing services, not to replace those services.
And so how do we then put that genie back in the bottle? I mean, if as a user of that, it just seems excessively punitive to somebody who's gotten accustomed to it, as someone who's reliant upon it, to have to. And so I mean, I'm not arguing with you in any way at all, but I'm just saying realistically, you have a product that people want to use, and it's going to be really difficult to rein this in.
Don't disagree, ma'am. What we are trying to do, though, is bring forth recommendations that make this program sustainable, that meet the needs of the majority of our users itself. So we're trying to find some middle ground where we continue to provide these services, but at the same point, we make them fiscally and operationally sustainable where they meet the majority of our users' needs.
Committee Chair Harwick, I believe GM CEO Johnson would like to add a few words.
Please.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you very much, Director Chandler. Your comments are heard loudly and clearly in recognizing where we are, and your analogy of putting a genie back in the bottle, right? Because these are different elements that are impacting a lot of different transit agencies. While there was an intent, especially during COVID, whereby we were looking at a population that needed to get to critical spaces. These programs really were exploratory, and then they took on a life of their own. Hence, with the FTA's recent notice of proposed policy statement that came out in the former administration to look at that taxi exemption, it's grown bigger than that. So considering that transportation network companies have been leveraged and they're different than taxi companies, we're in this sort of quandary as we move forward. But that's why we were having the discussion here today, to get these comments from all of you. So when we double back again with the community, we have an understanding of how we go forward. And I would be remiss not to state, considering that we are in sort of this nebulous area relative to the contracts that we have with TNCs that will sunset, it's difficult for us to understand what the parameters will be, because we have to more or less wait and see what that guidance will be, if there will be any guidance as well, because when you develop a statement or a scope of work, we don't know what we're asking for from the TNCs. And what I will share is that there has been this cadre of TNCs working together, and they have reached out because they're saying they're being limited if in fact that they're sort of independent drivers were subjected to drug and alcohol testing. So this is really convoluted. And so I just want you all to know that as we have been going through this process, recognizing the APTA peer review commenced in April, we weren't faced with the taxi cab exemption, even though it was there. This did not come out until December 20th. Whereby they said there's this opportunity to put forward comments. It was in the National Register, it was posted. And so this has been another issue that has come to pass. So that basically speaks to, you know, part of your question, why weren't we addressing that? Because we had gone through some initial iterations, and then the notice of proposed policy statement came out right before the Christmas holiday. And as we have worked with our peers at APTA and submitted comments, which I shared with the board to let you all know about, whereby we're asking the FTA to sort of stand down on the policy and allow us, i.e. transit agencies, to have representation via APTA to engage about the actual experience. So I just wanted to give that context as well, just to explain that why we are where we are. Thank you.
Director Chandler, do you have anything else?
I have some other, but I'll yield the floor.
Okay. Director Rusha?
Thank you, sir. I also have some questions. I will ask a few, then I will yield to my colleagues and try to come in at the end if there's still time. So first, just a comment, like the FTA has said these programs aren't meant to replace existing services, but the FTA has been very clear that we should be looking at FTA guidelines for mandated paratransit when we provide these services or make any substantial changes. And when this program was piloted, replacing some existing services, that was what was pitched as part of the record. The intent was to alleviate some usage on Access-a-Ride and improve service for Access-a-Ride. I was there in those meetings, was also again part of public record. But irrespective of what the intent is of the FTA, the ADA is the floor. If we wake up and we find the floor, I don't know if that yields a congratulations. So I do appreciate when staff is going above and beyond. And I see a few things in this presentation where we are, for example, parity regarding the live program. But for my questions though, this is for Mr. Worthen, who led this, who's been leading this charge. How many transit agencies in the United States have partnerships with TNCs? In your presentation, you referenced some policies and some agencies, but I would actually like to know how many agencies have partnerships with TNCs if you have that information, because as we kind of say here, if you've seen one transit agency, you've seen one transit agency. And whether that's a raw number or a percentage, any most recent available data would be appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question, Committee Chair Rusha. As far as how many transit systems nationwide have these type of relationships, I can't speak to an exact number. I can say that we looked at 21 different agencies to look at their policies and procedures, and I provided a lot of information on what we saw from those 21 different agencies. We did look at a wide variety of transit systems, how they're operating, talked to them, surveyed them. However, if you were to say, are there 200 systems nationwide, I can't speak to that, and I don't know if there's any statistics on that available.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thanks. Is it okay if I dialogue briefly on this question?
Yep.
All right, thank you. So Mr. Worthen, thank you. I appreciate that. The reason for my question is kind of what I stated. If we've seen one transit agency, we've seen one transit agency. That being said, oftentimes other agencies can give us good ideas. So I don't want to discount what other agencies are doing. It's just that even a quick cursory Google, will show dozens of agencies that partner with TNCs or NEMTs, you know, non-emergency medical transportation, which we have also done in the past. And so I just want to caution staff moving forward when we talk about what other agencies are doing, or if we call them peer agencies, just to keep that in mind, that it's all unique. And in terms of what we're spending per rider or on service, some of these other agencies using TNCs have specific supplemental funds that are being provided locally or through state dollars to help with those programs. So I know that we use the word holistic care a lot, but this does require a holistic perspective, but most importantly, within our own agency, when we talk about that holistic perspective. So I would just encourage staff and my colleagues on the board to consider, you know, what does RTD need? What do our customers need? And what is right for this agency? I do have some other questions about methodology and the like, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues who might have similar questions. Thank you.
Secretary Nicholson.
Yes, thank you. So I have no idea if we're doing our jobs here. This presentation and this conversation isn't nearly expansive enough to address the fundamental question of whether what is proposed is morally or practically right. It doesn't look at how we make trade-offs between funding for our core fixed route system and funding for paratransit. I know people like to ignore that, but we have a limited budget and everything needs to be grounded in the trade-offs involved. Real people are hurt either way. That's not the fault of staff, to be clear. The board has not asked for the level of review necessary for us to responsibly make changes. It has not clearly defined the why of access on demand, as it has morphed from a cost-saving measure to a supplemental service that is meant to do something. It doesn't ask, what is our moral responsibility here? A clearly defined mission for AOD should define the more operational questions, like how much do you spend on this? I think we haven't asked because we don't want to know, because these are deeply difficult moral choices that affect people's lives, and it's much, much easier to abstract them away. AOD serves the congenitally blind woman who needs to get to work, the cognitively disabled young man who would be homebound without it. And it also serves the senior citizen who broke her hip and can't drive for 8 months while she recovers. Some people need AOD for life, others for just a few months. This presentation does not break down our AAR spending or AOD spending by rider. It was mentioned, was mentioned a little bit by Mr. Worthen about 30% and 70%, but we need far more data on customer behavior to understand exactly what we're paying for. There was no deep analysis about how people use AOD. I don't know whether we get data on, for example, pickup and drop-off locations that could be used to model what kind of trips people are taking. I've thought a lot about this over the last few months, and I still don't have a good answer. What I do know is that the incentives presented today are misaligned, and what's proposed doesn't fix that. A per month cap strikes me as far smarter than our current system. I've talked about this a lot with Director Chandler over the last month or two. The proposal here is prescriptive, only so many trips at only so many dollars. It strikes me we should just tell people, you get an $800 subsidy per month and you pay $450 per ride. That $800 is equivalent to the $20 subsidy times the 40 rides that are proposed in the packet today. That will encourage people to preserve their subsidy by taking the cheapest trips they can. It will enable them to take more trips if they are economical. And for people who only use the service sporadically, it'll enable them to ride longer distances where they need to. This is particularly important for the more rural districts in our service area. We have heard Director Catlin complain about the fact that for her district, a $20 subsidy doesn't get you very far. And it will allow people to take multi-stop trips without any issues because it just comes out of your thing. We don't care at the end of the day how many stops you have. It's the equivalent of, because we're no longer counting the number of trips you have. And if technology allows, we could charge a higher fare on much longer trips, so that if you're spending $100, we could ask for a $10 or $20 fare. So my request to staff is to bring back additional analysis of a dollar subsidy per customer per month structure, like I've mentioned. I also want to see similar modeling for our fixed route customers. How much do we spend each month on a fixed route customer per person? I've never seen that information, and it feels, I should say here, it's not right for us to make changes to AOD without that data. I think changes are warranted. I have been very clear about the need to have cost containment with everything we know that's coming, but I have to be able to look myself in the mirror after I vote for them. Thanks.
Director Pagliari.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Nicholson. Sorry, Secretary Nicholson. I feel very similarly on these issues because this discussion should probably be one of many, and we have not addressed the fundamental questions about what this service is for, who this service is for, and how we're going to pay for this service. And so quickly, my comment and a question is, my perspective and goal for this, for Access on Demand and Access-a-Ride, is sustainability. I want this to be a sustainable service that enables us to be fiduciaries of the agency, because fundamentally that's one of the reasons we're elected. The ghost of former Chair Davidson is echoing in my head, but I really want to know what can be sustainable and at what point, given
That's not good. We lost you there, Director Pagliari. You're back now.
Okay. Let me step back. I just want to know, I want to make sure this is sustainable and make sure we're good fiduciaries. But my question then is something that was briefly mentioned, and this has not been brought up yet by the board. We keep talking about alcohol and drug testing drivers. And as someone who's experienced violence from drunk inebriated drivers and drivers under the influence of drugs and alcohol, I think we should discuss why morally we are okay with not testing our drivers for drugs and alcohol. Granted, I think my question then is, what kind of drugs are being tested for? And is it legal drugs in the state of Colorado, like marijuana, that is making issues at the federal level? But I cannot condone on any level us allowing someone to get into a car where we are testing our bus drivers for illicit, like for inebriation, but we're not testing our Access on Demand drivers for the same, we're not keeping them to the same standard. And that's kind of my question is, like, what is the issue with testing these folks? We should have a high standard and we shouldn't allow this behavior. Thank you.
If I may.
Please.
Thank you. So just for clarity, when we're talking about drug and alcohol testing, it's for the transportation network companies, and they're a third party. And we're contracting with Uber and Lyft and Z-Trip and things of the like. So for RTD, having a third party contract with these entities, as it currently is set up, there was an exemption, and the agency does not have a mechanism for those that have utilized TNCs. Somebody's working independently. There is no mechanism, hence that's why FTA put this forward. And so I just want to assure all for the record that when we talk about the other services that we provide, those individuals are drug and alcohol tested. We're talking about this nebulous area that has greatly grown in the midst of COVID because a myriad of different transit agencies were leveraging different systems to provide services to vulnerable populations when there was stay-at-home orders. So I just wanted to ensure that I said that for the record.
Thank you. May I respond, Chair?
Sure.
Jeff, thank you. Just for clarifying. So we do rigorous testing of our direct employees, I'm assuming. Do we require any drug and alcohol testing for the Uber drivers that are in the Access-a-Ride Access on Demand program?
If I may, Once again, I was indicating no because these are third-party contracts. And I want to clarify, while we have third-party contracts with other entities, they are required as specified by federal guidelines by the Federal Transit Administration. This is a new area, and we have seen a growth relative to transit agencies engaging in contracts with TNCs. Hence the proposed policy statement that was noticed in the Federal Register. That's what they're seeking to address because it's a gray area.
Thank you. I just want to be it known that if we cannot drug and alcohol test all of our drivers, then we should not be providing programs with drivers that cannot be tested at the same standards as the other drivers that we have. Thank you.
Director Guzman.
Thank you. What a wonderful conversation we're having. Robust, and I love it. Mr. Worthen, thank you so much for your presentation. A quick question. In all of the conversations that we've had, one thing keeps coming back up over and over from constituents, and it has been a matter that has been addressed to the board in full at our regular meetings with this particular program. I think the triggering event for all of this was when we found out that there was a potential to use a multi-stop function on one of the TNC platforms that was not allowable under others. And so by doing any of these limitations, whether it's the 550, 40 cap or any of the other options, have we looked at that in any way to address that issue? And I'm asking that because it is such a tricky part of what we're doing and something we don't have control over necessarily because we don't control the platform. I also heard you say we're working on a Nexus platform to be able to provide services that's well into the future. But as it stands right now, I do have some concerns regarding that. I'll be quick about this, but we've heard everything from I should be able to go through the McDonald's drive-through or Burger King drive-through on my way to the doctor to I really need that multi-stop function to drop my child off at daycare on my way to work. And so I'm trying to understand in terms of the services that we're providing. Fixed route would not get that service. I can't go through a Starbucks drive-through on a bus as much as I might love that option because I work there. It's not reality. This service as a supplemental premium service could potentially do something like that, but it's kind of neither here nor there for me because if we're going to charge a fare to begin that ride, what happens after? Has any of that concern been dealt with in the follow-up conversations you've had either with community, with the TNCs, or amongst the professionals in the room that are having this conversation? Because I think it's a sticking point, and I don't know how to get around that one. And I'm with my community. This is an important service, but I am stuck on that. That one broke me at the meeting. And it's stuck in my head, right? We can't go through a drive-through. A bus can't go through a drive-through. So what's fair and equitable and what's necessary could look like two different things depending on your view. So I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Director Chandler.
Yes, thank you again, Chairman Harwick. I guess my comment back to Director Pagliari is I would hope and I assume that because Uber is in or any of the other agencies that we're using as these supplementals, they don't particularly want to kill their riders. So they are in the business of making sure that their drivers are sober. So we can assume, I know that's a big assumption, but if there was a problem or if they were consistently having drunk drivers, and we've seen Uber reprimand their drivers, we've seen that kind of market, correction to them. So I think that by saying that they don't do that, we don't we don't know that for sure, but we can assume that they have some mechanism because they exist and we don't see a lot of their drivers driving drunk and that kind of thing. So I think we can have a good assumption that they're not trying to kill their customers. But I also think that the multi-stop thing is kind of interesting because I agree with Director Nicholson in that if they were given a dollar amount and they needed to go to 2 or 3 stops, why would we care at that point? So it would be up to the writer to determine that. Now, whether that's equitable or not, I don't know. But when we give that choice to the writer, whatever that looks like, I think that's best for them to decide. If it takes more of that dollars for multiple stops, that should be up to them. Because I think that helps them become independent. If they are a blind person and they need to get to someplace and it requires them to get 2 or 3 different stops in there, I think that that's a good use of that dollar, as opposed to limiting them and saying, oh, you only get 1 stop. And again, I think it's an administrative nightmare for us to try to keep track of all of that. So I would hope that we would kind of come to a conclusion that it's really about servicing the least of the population that needs to be serviced the most in the best way. And I think that might mean thinking about what Director Nicholson's talking about as far as giving someone the options to make those choices themselves. And I agree that we don't have enough data at this point in order to make a decision based on that.
Thank you. Sorry, I jumped past Director Guzman. I think he had a question that I sort of turned into a conversation and I misread that. So Director Guzman, if you want to ask your question again for Fred, for Mr. Worthen.
Yeah, very directly. I just want to know, is that conversation happening at all? Are we talking about that with this? Because I didn't hear anything in the presentation or read anything in the presentation specific to that, and it's bugging me.
Okay, thank you. I do apologize. I wasn't trying to skirt a response. I wasn't exactly sure if that was a comment or a question directly. With regard to multi-stop, at this point, staff is not recommending reinstituting multi-stops themselves for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, our services should be equitable and equal access. And unfortunately, our TNCs do not have equity or equal access when it comes to wheelchair accessible vehicles. And so that option of multi-stop is really not available through all of our providers and to all of our actual users themselves, particularly those who are wheelchair bound, particularly since we are the ones that are providing wheelchair accessible vehicles to supplement access on demand services through our Access-a-Ride contracts, and we don't have the ability to do that. That doesn't mean that it can't be something that can't be worked on in the future as we look at other software enhancements like we were talking about with the software interface. We just don't have the ability to provide that to all of our users at this time. So to provide equal access and from an equality standpoint, we aren't recommending reinstituting the multi-stop at this time. That doesn't mean that it's not off the table for future contracts or for future approaches through software modifications. We just don't have the capability to provide that to all of our users at this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Secretary Nicholson.
Yeah, so I have a quick comment and then a question for Mr. Worthen. To Director Pagliari's point, I understand exactly where he's coming from, and as someone who has, as a full-time pedestrian who has had to deal with some very reckless drivers, I take drug and alcohol behind the wheel very, very, very seriously. I'm a plain-spoken guy. There's no world in which Uber and Lyft will start drug testing and alcohol testing their drivers, which will mean that we can't use them. And so we'd have to contract with a much, much smaller provider if we could even find one to do this. And that would mean that the service was much more difficult to use and the wait times would be in the dozens of minutes. And so, yeah, unfortunately, it really, if FTA goes forward with this, the ability to run the program goes away, unfortunately. So we'll just see where that's at. I will also add, though, that we have lost out on a lot of good bus operators because of the marijuana drug testing. There is, at least in my opinion, no good reason why someone using pot at home should prevent them from being a bus operator. But right now we have to, that's federally mandated. So I think it's important to separate the stuff from the stuff when we're thinking about drug and alcohol testing, even for our fixed route folks. The question I had for Mr. Worthen, just going off of what Director Guzman and Director Chandler raised, is, have you looked at the possibility of, instead of doing a per trip and a per, number of trips and a per trip subsidy, just saying, here's the amount of money we are going to spend on a single customer this month, and use it up? Like, have you explored that model? Because at least having read the presentations over the last year, I haven't seen anything that looked at it from that perspective. And I'm just curious if you can expand on whether that's been looked at, and if so, how.
Thanks for the question. To be perfectly honest, when you have no skin in the game, there is no incentive to basically monitor or manage your behavior. I will say that as bluntly as I can, but as professionally as I can. That is part of the reason why we have some of the challenges we have right now, because there is not a requirement to pay a fare up front like there is on all of our other services itself. This is the only program that we have in existence where customers do not pay a fare up front. Our Access-a-Ride customers do pay a fare up front. Our fixed route service provide a fare up front. So by requiring some type of fare payment up front, that does require a customer to put some skin in the game, to basically pay for some of the services, and to help with the cost associated with the program itself.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Please.
Thanks. So just to be clear, what I had suggested was absolutely charging someone per trip. I think that's absolutely the same, 450, 550, 250, whatever the number is. But saying we're not going to police how much you spend on a trip. So in my district, I take not a ton of Ubers, but the ones I do take tend to be about $10, because it's trying to get somewhere when the bus has stopped running. It's generally not going all the way across town. And so for me, if I were using this, I would use a lot of it, but I'd use it $10 at a time. I'd pay the $5 or $4.50, and then you guys would, we would pay, the other $5.50 or whatever it is. For someone in Peggy Catlin's district, the trips would be $50. So there wouldn't be as many of them, but they would more effectively meet her needs. I'm curious if that kind of thing, rather than saying a fixed number of trips, which has been a big fight. I mean, the biggest argument we've seen so far, what people have brought up more than anything else, is don't cut the number of trips. I need 60 trips. I need 50 trips. I need 40 trips. By doing this, we would give them the ability to take as many trips as they wanted, within their dollars. And it's like, you get to decide how to trade off between number of trips and expensive cost of trips. And I'm just curious if that's something that you guys looked at for the program.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Yes, that was part of the regression analysis, which led to the recommendations that we have with regard to the number of trips, trip subsidy, and the fare itself. That was part of our regression analysis, and based upon our regression analysis, the recommendation we were bringing forth, we believe, meets the majority of our customers' need, because again, 75+% of our customers use less than 40 trips per month. It's that additional 25% that are, though, super users. Again, as I stated, there's a small percentage that are driving the majority of our cost. So again, if you just write an open checkbook, there is going to continue to be growth. There has to be some containment of the program with regard to the trips, the subsidy, and the fare itself. You can't just pull one and not expect the program to grow exponentially itself. So yes, we did look at balancing those things as part of our regression analysis, which is why we landed where we are with the recommendations we have. Great questions, though.
Yeah, can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Yeah, and I would just say, to finish that off, that, if you look at the numbers, you go from a $25 subsidy 60 times, which is $1,500, if I'm doing my math right, down to a $20 subsidy 40 times, which is an $800 per person maximum subsidy. So I think the cost containment there comes from just fundamentally being able to say, this is how much we're going to spend per person, which is one way of addressing the equity question, because you're literally saying, this is how much I'm going to spend per person. And everybody gets the same thing. So I would really like to see us do an analysis that looks at the exact same dollar amount, the $800 that you're proposing in subsidy, allocated in a way that gives people the freedom to spend it however they want, with a per trip, base fare, basically.
There's no question there, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. So first, I'd like to ask us to just be really respectful of our language. Like, for example, when we say we don't have skin in the game, this was our program. We put out the subsidy and then we increased the subsidy. And we have removed people from the program for going over their allotted trip amounts. I did do a court request on that, and people have been dropped from the program for doing just that. I would say, as evidenced by the hundreds of comments we've heard over the last several months, people do have skin in the game. And so if the agency lacks a function where people can easily track their usage, it's up to the agency to figure out, just like we do with all other services. I mean, for example, if I had, I'm grateful that I have my monthly, my board pass, so I don't have to manage this anymore. But when I roll off the board and I start using Tap to Pay after a certain amount of rides, I've automatically converted to a monthly pass. I didn't have to do anything except ride the system. RTD took care of it for me. So in the same way, we need to think about our paratransit customers and make this service as easy as possible to use for them, but also for them to stay in compliance. With that, I do have some questions / comments. So, or I have a comment on multi-trip and then a question on the budget. So multi-trip, after hearing about this for months and getting some data through open records requests, I feel that the multi-trip option, taking it away, it seems a bit ridiculous, because we've already established it doesn't make a fiscal difference, but it is creating another barrier for our disabled riders. And I hear the words like equitable and equal access. Well, currently we have, I think, 4 providers for on-demand. Some of them don't allow you to book trips online. Some of them don't take Venmo as a payment. Do we dump them as well? Because when we marketed this service, we said this is an opportunity for paratransit customers to participate in the open market. In fact, the open market was emphasized repeatedly, and it still is in the user agreement when people sign up. So that whole conversation about the multi-step option just feels like a red herring to me, and I think the board is smarter than that. It's not making a difference in dollars and cents. It might even be driving up the cost in some cases, but it is absolutely potential. I mean, this would potentially really hurt our disabled riders who depend on this system. And my question, though, is my questions here about budget. So for fiscal year 2024, or excuse me, 24 and 25. So when we passed the budget in 24 for this fiscal year, we budgeted almost 44 million for Access-a-Ride, and then it went up to 15 million for on-demand. So collectively, that is less than what we've spent in years past based on most recently available public information. Because for years, the line items in our budget were missing paratransit. It disappeared until it reappeared last year. So I've asked what our prior budgets were for paratransit, and I've yet to get that data. I would really appreciate if staff could please compile that data and get it to the board. Now, I think from 2018 onward would be really appropriate, because I think that's the last time we saw a line item in the budget for paratransit. But we've also had some programs change, like Call and Ride, Flex Ride, and taking over some of Metro Taxi's responsibilities and the like. So not every year will look the same, but having a breakdown year over year, pre and post COVID data is more than appropriate, and I think necessary for this board to be able to make any decisions on this program. And then I want to just move on to non-emergency medical providers, transportation providers, or NEMTs, we call them. They were always expected to be part of the bidding queue when this program was launched. That is, again, part of the public record. It's on YouTube. You can find it. It's in a board report if you want to look. And they would meet the drug and alcohol testing requirements, and there are providers who could put in a bid. So if we have not been engaging in conversations or exploring that since this pilot was first launched, and we said we were going to explore it, I would at the very least like to see an RFI put out before we make any major changes to this program. Because again, NEMTs and similar services were at least told to the public they were supposed to be part of this program. You know, Uber, Lyft, Z-Trip, Metro Taxi were not going to be the end all be all. That was the start of something and not the end. And I feel maybe because of COVID or other reasons, we just dropped the ball on that, and there's an opportunity there. Moving into, so I guess my question is, you know, what is the plan to include NEMTs as originally prescribed when the pilot was pitched to the board? That would be a question if anyone could answer.
So thank you for the question. There was an open solicitation for services that was available to anybody who wished to bid and provide services underneath the Access on Demand program itself. The 4 providers that I can't tell you if there were anybody above and beyond the 4 providers that bid or not. That would be a question for contracts and procurement. But we did go through an open solicitation process, and we will be going through another open solicitation process this year as the current contracts expire at the end of fiscal year 2025.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, may I wrap this up?
We're super close to a 4-hour meeting, so yeah, go quick.
Is that a yes or no?
I just said go quick. Yes, go quick.
All right. So we can follow up with the NEMTs online, or I'll send a memo to the board. But again, it was intended in the very first authorization the board gave for this program. NEMTs were mentioned. So my second question is, do we have any other RTD services that require a waiting period before we can use them? Yes or no?
No.
Anything in our family of services? No. Okay, thank you. And then I noticed that we have surveys on the potential service changes, and I can't remember. I simply cannot remember. Was this sent out in the initial survey that we put up online, or was it a subsequent survey where it says, you know, choose between like options A, B, and C, or what was most important? Or did you guys come up with options A, B, and C based on like the initial inquiry of what was most important to riders?
Just trying to understand the timeline.
Thank you for the question. There were two different surveys that were sent out. One was a public survey. The other one was a statistically valid survey. They were developed by data scientists here at RTD to help individuals understand the priorities. Those were conducted, in 2024 at some point. I don't remember the exact dates, but I could get you the exact dates if you're interested.
Yes, I would. And just to wrap this up, if staff could send, and this was requested by myself and the director, if staff would like copy directors on the communiques going out to our paratransit customers as well as service providers that are also stakeholders, we did not receive those communications. So it would be really helpful if staff included us in those communications. What I would like to see though is that survey. I have a couple of questions about the regression analysis done, not for this meeting, not to say that our staff didn't do a good job, but statistics was my favorite math class in college, and it would make me feel more comfortable moving forward. So with that, I'll just end it by saying, that I think it would really benefit not just the committee, but the board and the public if two things were to happen. Number one, we go back to what we discussed at the retreat, which was having a task force on this issue. I know I raised my hand to volunteer, so did Director Chandler. I think having some communication between staff and a couple of directors to dig in on these fine data points would be really helpful, so that we can, move forward as cleanly as possible. And then second, similar to what we did with the budget 2 years ago, the board office just kind of sent out a survey saying what questions do you have or what data do you need, before you're able to take a vote. I think it would be very beneficial if staff did the same for this topic. So that way, when we revisit it, the data points that we've been asking for or any other, hanging questions hopefully have been answered. And then we can, when we come together, we feel comfortable in whatever decision that we make because we have the information that we need. So those would just be my two open requests. And I thank you very much for your time, for everyone's time, and for all the work that you've put into this. It's not easy. It was very challenging. And I also, some of the questions thrown at staff today were tough, but I want to recognize that just opening up the agency to this kind of vulnerability did show leadership, and it is appreciated. Thank you.
Director Chandler, you're our last person tonight. If it's a quick question, go ahead. But if it's a longer question, Chair Bouquet is gonna sort of field a lot of questions.
Sure.
I imagine from this, and specifically from directors. So if it's quick, please feel free. But
yes, thank you so much. I'll be very quick. Page 255 of our packet does have the paratransit budget broken out from years 2021, 22, 23, 24. And so if you look at that, the paratransit, it doesn't break it out what exactly is paratransit, but it does break it out with fiscal year bus operation and paratransit. Just bringing to your attention the fact that it went from 58 million to $68 million in that fiscal year. And the percentage there is humongous as opposed to 2023 to 24 in bus operations, which is approximately a little bit larger dollar amount, but obviously a smaller percentage. So I just want to bring that to your attention, Director Ruscia, Chairman Ruscia, so you can look at that. My question is, who really qualifies for all of these subsidies? And I know that's probably something that I just need a memo about. So no need to answer if I could get that information, because we're talking about limiting certain people, and I want to know who that would be. So thank you.
Okay, I am gonna, normally we would head into other matters, but I'm gonna do other matters, but then I'm just gonna close the meeting down. So, but as gonna jump in there. Oh, sorry, Chair Bouquet, you wanted to go.
Director Harwick, I'll probably speak right after you, actually. In regards to, I believe we'll have very similar other matters. So,
okay. All right. So, as we're not going to open it up to everybody tonight, just want to recognize, Fred Worthen. This is his last meeting as the lead staff liaison to this committee. Fred's last day at RTD will be March 21st, 2025. Thank you, AGM Worthen, for your contributions to RTD and to this committee. You stepped into the role last year and have been a valuable resource to the board and this committee. Thank you for your partnership and best wishes on what comes next for you. Enjoy Jacksonville and the warmth. And with that, I'll actually, before I open it up to GM, CEO, Fred, I just really appreciate you. And I know we've bantered, but it's been super fun. And I just appreciate your willingness to, really engage in a whole variety of conversations that probably weren't, they're just, they're new space for all of us. So thank you. And GM, CEO Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair Harwick, and the banter. Yes, when we were having this discussion, thinking about how Fred stepped into the space, as you can clearly see, he is passionate about what he does. Many of you may be aware that he started his career close to 40 years ago back in Corpus Christi, Texas, as a bus operator and moved up through the ranks. And he's been here at RTD almost 7 years, and appreciate his industry knowledge, his care and concern about moving people to and fro. And I will have an opportunity to recognize him appropriately amongst those that comprise this agency next week, but want to wish Fred all the best at JTA, and thank you for your service to the Regional Transportation District, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so I see three hands. I'm going to go with Chair Bouquet.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair. Just to echo off of this, I would like to say a huge thank you on behalf of this board, Mr. Worthen, for your services to this agency. Mr. Worthen, as CEO GM Johnson mentioned, has nearly 4 decades of experience as a bus operator, including taking on leadership roles in Texas and Washington. I know this board has been very grateful for the many projects that you are part of for this agency. And I would like to especially highlight the work that you have done for RTD's facilities and fleet transition plan. This work specifically has led to this agency moving to the future and bettering the environment here in Colorado. The work you have done will have lasting positive changes for future generations to come. We can't thank you all enough for your service, and we all greatly wish you the best in your future endeavors, Mr. Worthen. Thank you for leaving your remark. And I will be remiss if I didn't share the same words that I gave to Mr. McLeod yesterday, and that is, enjoy your Wednesday and Tuesday nights back, and find a good time, and find maybe have a good celebration meal as you watch some of our board meetings in the future. So thank you so much for your service.
Yes, JTA meets during the day.
Ooh, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I will be on a beach enjoying some of the remote meetings.
Lucky man.
All right, last two. Chair Rusha.
Thank you, sir. I believe we have 3. I just wanted to add my comments. Thank you, Mr. Worthen. I'm going to move to first name basis. Thank you, Fred, for being ready and available to answer our questions, even when they seem to come out of left field. And I just want to note for those of you who might not remember, Fred was also a rodeo winner, back in the day when he was a bus operator. And when I heard that, I said, "Pics or it didn't happen." And he immediately sent me a picture of him with that trophy. So at our board meeting, please expect a card signed by board members with a copy of that photo enclosed. We appreciate your perspective and all that you've done. And I hope you still have that trophy at prominent display in your office. It was well earned. Thank you, sir, for your time, and Godspeed.
Thank you, ma'am. Funny enough, my mom passed away a couple of years ago, and I had the opportunity to visit my brother in Hot Springs, Arkansas, just a few weeks back, actually. And one of the articles that he had, and I will scan it and send it to you, there was actually an agency profile with me and my father. I actually started as an operator before my dad, but my dad came on as an operator, and they did a family profile of my dad and myself. So it has pictures of me and my dad together. So I kind of got a little sentimental and emotional, but thank you for those kind words.
Secretary Nicholson.
Yes, thank you. So first, very quickly, I just wanted to say that, Director Pagliari and I have been hard at work on the security initiative that I mentioned last month. I've done a couple of community presentations and have some more later this month, and hopefully we'll be circulating some of that out to the other board members. So if you're interested in talking to your community about security, email me, and I would love to work with you on that. But the second thing I'll say is, Fred, I've only been sort of aware of the internals of RTD for a little bit now, but I've known of your work through the advocacy organizations that I've been a part of. And I think both on behalf of myself and the larger community, there are not a lot of organizations that promote the kind of growth that you have exemplified at RTD, and the ability to go from an operator yourself up to the individual basically running bus operations. And I think it speaks to you as an individual. I think it speaks to this agency, and hopefully has served as a motivator for other people who join us to know that they can make similar advancements. So thank you for being that example to all of the workers we have here. And I know that by myself and the larger transit activist community, you will be missed, and please have a great retirement.
Thank you, sir.
Director Whitmore.
I'll even keep this to under 45 seconds. I just want to say thanks and much appreciation to Fred Worthen. Had the opportunity to work closely with him for probably 4.5 or 5 years of my 6 on the board as former chair of the OSS committee and vice chair of committees that were pretty much in the same realm of duties. And Fred, you've been a consummate professional, friendly. I've enjoyed our conversations offline, and you've just been a wealth of information. And as Director Nicholson said, you will certainly be missed. Wish you good health in Jacksonville. And don't forget that you can retire. I would recommend it heartily.
Thank you, sir. I do have plans on that at some point. You were always so difficult to work with, though, sir. You had all these hard questions for me. No, actually, it was a real pleasure working with the entire board. If you'll indulge me for just a minute, Committee
Please.
Chair Harwick. For me, it has been an honor and a pleasure to be here at RTD over the last 7 years. It's difficult when you're in a role such as mine, because I have to find that balance. My whole life has been about service delivery. I started out as a transit dependent as a child. My mom didn't drive and my dad was gone a lot. So I grew up riding buses, drove buses, and my life has been about providing service. So it's really difficult when I have to bring forward program recommendations like we're working on with paratransit. But at the same point, I look at the fact that what I'm trying to do is make sure that we can continue to provide those services and to provide the best services possible to our customer within what's operationally and fiscally sustainable as well. And sometimes those needs conflict, and that's a really difficult moral position for me to be in. So thank you to all the board for listening to me, for indulging me. I will see some of you before I leave, but thank you all for all of your support over the years. And thank you, CEO Johnson, for all of your help through the time that you've been here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. On that note, thank you all for hanging with us for this this meeting. This was an important meeting to have, and a lot of really important things went on, and so really appreciate all of your time and dedication. So I'm just going to lead in really quickly. The next Operations Safety and Security Committee meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, April 9th That meeting will be very busy with discussions on the following: Title VI program policy change recommendations, downtown rail reconstruction, our annual safety report, a semi-annual update from RTD PD, fare collection strategies and tactics, and the customer bill of rights. Additionally, we will be inviting representatives from the advisory committee for persons with disabilities and access a ride, paratransit advisory committee, and the citizens advisory committee to join our meeting. And now I'm going to so I see nothing else. Seeing nothing to discuss, this meeting is adjourned at 9:45 p.m.